Okay, good morning, everyone. The time is actually 9:03. We're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to read and we will begin the meeting here. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law under COVID-19 emergency declaration, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. Abstentions from any vote due to a conflict of interest should be stated for the record prior to the taking of any vote. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting have the opportunity to be heard, we ask that you use the raise hand feature before asking a question or making a comment. Raise hand feature can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and mobile version and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking on the raise hand icon again and mute your microphone. We will also be using the chat feature to communicate with participants. The chat feature can be activated by clicking the chat button located on the bottom of the WebEx screen. All meeting activity is being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube and TV20 for public view. We have provided a link to the meeting for those who wish to speak on a particular case via our website and email. We have also received emails from those who have provided written comment on a particular matter. I'm going to call the roll this morning. Bowen. Uh-oh. Bowen.
Chairman Bowen.
Present.
Okay. Downing.
Present.
Fluker.
Present.
Curry.
Present.
Hall.
Present.
Slife.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum. The meeting is yours.
Thank you, Freddie. We're going to start off with public art presentations. And this has moved from the back of the agenda to the front of the agenda, which is probably most meaningful for me today because this morning at 6 o'clock in the morning when I was walking my puppy, he was chasing one of my neighbors down the road because I lost track of him, and she happens to be an artist. So this is payback for me. So, the first one is Old Brooklyn Community Mural Project.
Thank you, David. This is Tara Petras, the Public Art Coordinator for the City of Cleveland. I'm very excited to be introducing 4 public art projects before the commission today. And I want to thank you again, or thank you for putting public art at the beginning of the agenda, because we have some very meaningful projects coming before you today that I think having more of the public be able to see is going to be very, very meaningful and impactful. The first one, the Old Brooklyn Community Mural Project, which they will be seeking final approval at 4196 Pool Road. They did go before the Near West Design Review on July 8th. They were approved with the condition that they would add identifying information within the vicinity of the mural to give the backstory. It's a collaboration between the Broadway School of Music and the Arts, MyCom, and Old Brooklyn CDC. Working with a wonderful local artist by the name of Bernadette Glorioso. And with all that said, I want to say that I do support the project, and I'm going to turn it over to Emily Hogue from the Broadway School of Music to do the presentation and go over the particulars about this project.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm here with Bernadette Glorioso, our artist, and because of social distancing, we're on my porch. So if there's a problem with the connection, let me know. Run inside, but and I promise to be short, so you have a very daunting agenda. But this project came together with a conversation that Bernadette had with some other artists, some other residents in Old Brooklyn. Bernadette and I are both Old Brooklyn residents. And the Old Brooklyn Farmers Market, wanting to do something positive in the community, where people could see progress and feel a sense of hope, but also respect the times and the need for social distancing. So this mural is the result of that. We've selected this wall because the Old Brooklyn Farmers Market is there every Saturday from mid-June through October. So it's a prime location and really our gathering spot right now for Old Brooklyn community. And so it's a great viewpoint. There is two commercial properties, Platinum Pooch Grooming and Pearl Dental, and the owners have supported our project and with us on the content. Go ahead, Tara. An overview of where it's located. It's in what we call downtown Old Brooklyn. Go ahead. It's relationship to slices, which you may know I like desserts, so that's where I would know where that is. So go ahead. There's the wall. You can see the green space there where the farmer's market is. And so you can also see that it's viewable from the other side of the street as well. Go ahead. This is the wall. It's been recently painted and in very good condition. So we can, very little prep will need to be done. So we're very grateful for that. Go ahead.
Let me just interrupt for a second. If you're not speaking, please mute your microphone. We have somebody talking in the background. Go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. These are more views of the wall, and the green space is owned by Pearl Road United Methodist Church. After we prepared this presentation, we received their letter of support, but they are going to provide access to the community gathering spaces for painting during inclement weather and access to bathrooms and water. Platinum Pooch is also, they're very excited, so they said they'll have water for us to drink and we can use the tubs they wash their dogs in, etc. Move forward. So we already talked about the partners, the projected cost. I'm sure you're aware that this is significantly lower than most murals, but our artist is all about heart and community and is doing this for a lot of those reasons. So we're able to do this first mural in Old Brooklyn at a very affordable rate. It's 16 feet by 24, and I'll be happy, excited to show you the design in the following slides. The material, there's two ways we're going to be doing this. We will be painting directly to the wall, and we also will be using 2 boards and be painting on those as well. They're hardy boards that are very durable. They're used for siding, and they'll allow us to have people working together but appropriately distanced. Go ahead. So there's 2 parts to the mural, and this is where they will lay. I had a question last time about the size. They're identical in size. There is a slope to the driveway. Go forward. This is the part that will be painted on the wall, directly onto the wall. And then you can see where the boards will be placed. Move forward. And so this is the finished image of the O and B for Old Brooklyn. The colors were inspired by the Old Brooklyn flag. The images are about our family-friendly community, the natural resources, and the pedal for prizes, the biking community as well. Go ahead. Council President Kevin Kelly, our councilman, has been supportive, as well as the owners of the building have written a letter of support. The Platinum Peach Grooming is written. Bernadette has extensive experience in doing murals. This is a mural she did in Akron. She did this with a team of youth, and we're hoping that we are able to get some youth involved and families. So for me, this was pretty critical in working with her. Here's some more of her work. You may recognize the Greenhouse Tavern. And that's all.
Thank you. Commission members, questions?
No. I move approval. Downing.
I second, Sami Hall.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Further discussion. I just want to say it's great to have Sami on the commission because she's the one that actually put public art in front of the agenda by an email to Freddie and I saying, how could you put it in the back? And
Thanks, Chairman.
into putting it in the front.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sami.
So,
Thank you.
another question. I'll call the roll, please.
Yes, Bowen,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Schleif.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you.
It's great. Good
Thank-
luck. Have fun.
Thank you very much.
you.
We're excited to start soon.
So Bo Stanton now is the next public art.
I'm going to, this is Sami. I'm going to abstain from voting on this one.
Okay, thank you.
So this
Are
next
you gonna
mural,
start this off?
yes, thank you. The next mural is being brought to us by Graffiti Heart. They are bringing in a wonderful international artist by the name of Bo Stanton, who's done work all over the world. And the address is 4821 Superior Avenue, which is not a design review district. So this will be a singular level of approval from this commission. And I'm very supportive of the project, and it's gonna complement the wall that Sami did at the Graffiti Heart building with another international artist by the name of Risk. And with that said, I'm gonna turn this over to Rachel Pollock, a board member of Graffiti Heart, to go into the particulars about this particular mural. And I'm very supportive of it. Thank you.
Wonderful. I will try to make this as quick as possible. I heard there are over 400 slides, so I don't want to take up all of your time today. So this picture here is the east-facing wall of the Fisher Durock Company building along East 49th Street. Next slide. So the project specific, the building itself is the Fisher and Durock Company, the ornamental plaster molding since 1902, located at 4821 Superior Avenue. The president is Bob Mackay. Okay. Bob began working at Fisher and Durock in February of 1984, started being a caster under the direction of his father. And through the years, he learned all aspects of the company. And in the fall of 1999, he took control of his father's share in the company. The dimensions itself, the painted wall section is 2,800 square feet. The paint is just aerosol can, application only. Installation parameters, 1 lifting device, a boom lift, 2 to 3 assistants in 1 week. Graffiti Heart, we are self-funding the whole project. And the installation is the week of July 28th through August 3rd. And there's an opportunity for the community to bring a chair and watch along East 49th Street sidewalk with social distancing, and we are requiring masks for the entire event. The opportunity or free community hot dog lunch day will most likely be Wednesday. And we're still trying to figure out the logistics of that. And the League of Women Voters will be on site to support voter registration. And like I said, face masks and physical distancing protocol will be enforced. Next slide. This is another view from East 49th Street. You can see our building on the left-hand side, which was done by Kelly Risk Gravel. And the Ohio Technical College sign has been removed and is being repurposed by the school. Next slide. So the mural will not be visible by the front of the building, but the portion of the back of the building and the east-facing wall that is currently being painted blue. So it begins about 30 to 40 feet back beyond our building. Next slide. Okay, in the top upper left, across Superior Avenue, just west of the front of the building. So again, you won't be able to actually see the mural from that view. The upper center is the corner of East 49th and Superior, looking catty corner to the Sunoco gas station. The upper right, Best Buy Tires across the street. And then the lower left is across Superior, just east of the building. And the lower center across Superior, just east of the building, and the lower right from the Graffiti Heart property. Next slide. This is the aerial view of where it will be. And then if you also want to go to the following slide, here's another aerial view where you can actually see that you might be able to see the building from an aerial view or the mural. Next slide. And about the artist, Bo Stanton is originally from LA and currently lives in New York City. His work has received highest notoriety around the globe with large murals in New York, Dubai, London, Rome, LA, Tokyo, Berlin, and Miami, amongst other cities, and now Cleveland. Next slide. This is just some examples of his work. He is heavily informed by historic ornamentation, mythology, and the classics. His work seeks to draw parallels between past narratives and contemporary human issues, such as climate change, environmental conservation, and post-industrialization. The imagery and themes are always site-specific and closely tailored to the locale of the artwork, involving research and scouting of the surrounding areas with the goal of creating work that is a direct response to its environment. If you want to go to the next slide, this is just a mock-up of what we've received from Bo. It will not be the final product, but we're still working on coming together. And then the next slide. The final piece, the figure will be female for the most part, and there will be more natural elements spilling forth from the Guardian's hands. We wanted to incorporate the Guardians of Cleveland, some more flowers, plants, potentially fish or something related to the Great Lakes, and the colors will vary quite a bit. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Commission members?
I move approval. Downing.
I'll second Slife.
We have a motion second. Further discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Yes. Bowen,
Yes.
Downey,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry,
Yes.
Paul,
Abstain.
abstain, gotcha. Slife,
Yes.
motion is approved.
Thank you. Next is Voices of Clee, temporary murals.
Hey, this is Tara Petrus again. This
Real
is
quick, this is Lillian. I have, Cleveland Foundation has funding to Downtown Cleveland Alliance, so I'm going to recuse myself and turn off my camera.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So this particular project is a direct result of the civil unrest that happened after the murder of George Floyd. And as you know, there were protests that escalated to riots within the downtown Cleveland area. And the administration worked with Downtown Cleveland Alliance as well as Ingenuity and Ingenuity, Downtown Cleveland Alliance, and some other organizations toward doing something meaningful with the businesses that were damaged and had to board up their storefront windows. And they worked to come up with a project called Voices of CLE that has numerous locations downtown, basically every location with boarded up windows, to use artists to of our community to highlight their voices and their work and make those boarded up spaces look less intimidating by incorporating artwork and artwork that really speaks to the healing of the community. I'm very supportive of this. You may have seen a few of these as I did in social media or the internet. The first one that they did was Glenn Infante's mural on the board up at Rebel. And while these don't require approval, it's such an impactful project and it's a large scale because of the scope of the locations. Wanted to just let you guys know what was going on with the project. And I want to turn it over to Heather Holmes and Emily Applebaum to go over the more particulars. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning. Thank you, Tara, for that that build up and that lead in, because that is exactly what I was going to say. This project really came out of demand from community. After at the evening of May 30th, was on the phone with Chief McCall, who expressed interest in producing signage for the boarded up windows, again, to create a less intimidating space. The initial thought was something similar to the signage campaign that was produced for the RNC. And after discussions and me bringing on other community partners, again, Ingenuity, Land Studio, Cleveland Public Library, Destination Cleveland, and Karamu House, we thought this was a great opportunity to create a platform that bridges both artists and business community. So with the expertise of all these organizations at the table, we landed on the Voices of CLE project, which, again, just created a website platform that allows for artists to sign up, submit concepts, allows businesses or public locations to sign up who are interested in learning about different artists in our community, and connect the both of them. It was very important to us that artists involved in this project are paid, and so through efforts of DCA, we raised some very initial immediate funds to get some initial works commissioned. Again, all meant to be temporary. As you know, if anyone has been downtown lately, a lot of windows are starting to be replaced. But the encouraging thing that we're finding through this process is that even as glass is there is still desire from the business community to engage artists, especially those of color. As many of you may know, there are very few and far between opportunities for artists of color in this community to have opportunities to do art on this scale, on this magnitude. And so this is what this project is evolving into very nicely. So I will turn it over to Emily to kind of talk about process and where we are now, and how this again project is evolving into something very organic and nice and meaningful for our community.
Sounds good. Yeah. As Heather said, you know, our initial goal was really to create a platform that would be flexible and adaptable. You guys saw that we had that this is a marathon, not a sprint, in our presentation, and that's really key. We have more than 100 artists who have signed up through the web intake and more than 20 business sites already that we're working with. We have placed a initial set of murals, not only on those boarded up spaces, but also there are some sites in Public Square and North Coast Harbor. So we're starting to see at this point through our initial process, artists who are interested, businesses who are interested, some of whom are directly in communication with each other. And the goal is, as we start to move through the kind of initial phase one of addressing those windows, addressing those storefronts immediately, to start to carve out or hold some space for additional opportunities. And as we have, this is one of those projects where process really is the product. So we've held a number of artist talks and artist walkthroughs and really gotten artists in communication with downtown businesses, the downtown business community, to discuss how we think this project can grow. So in addition to those initial sets of murals, you'll see some here that are large scale and freestanding on Public Square. In addition to those storefronts, we'll start to learn a little bit more about how these works can feather out from those initial sites that were affected on May 30th and really hold space for this important conversation in the community over time. Amanda, do you want to run us through really quickly some of the artist names and locations as we have them standing now, and then either myself or maybe Nora, we can talk a little bit more about our next steps in terms of what this looks like as it starts to come to neighborhoods and come to additional sites in downtown for some more permanent works that we hope to place.
Yeah, this is Amanda Nix. I'm with Ingenuity and Voices of Sealy. So some of the artists we've already engaged, you've been seeing some of the slides going by. We have had, as mentioned before, Glenn Infante did that very first kickoff mural on Revel out on Public Square. Since then, we've had two artists, Charlene Huff, September Shy. They were engaged by Cleveland Chocolate Bar. We've had a number of artists, and we have 7 murals now standing on Public Square. September Shy, Isaiah Williams, Rashawn Dillard, a couple of names there. We also had the Jail Coalition, Stina Aaliyah, and a few others who have been creating those murals. There are a few also in the arcades, thanks to Brandon Graves and Gwen Garth. And we've also moved a few pieces down to North Coast Harbor, Jerome White, Lauren Webster, Jordan Serpentini, quite a few different artists that are coming from different backgrounds and have different points of view and different voices and things to say, are showing up all over town with these.
So perfect. In terms of next steps, Maurice, would you take us to the next slide, please? We do have the goal for these initial murals downtown as they start to come down, as windows are replaced. We are archiving every piece that has been put up. We're working with Cleveland Public Library on documentation, not only of the physical works themselves, but also to capture the artist's perspective and the story that goes along with their experience of participating in this piece. We have some initial conversations with sites outside of downtown, some of which are listed here, and we really do want to bring this work to the neighborhoods, as well as some conversations with downtown sites for some of those more semi-permanent installations. And so Nora can take us through a little bit of those next steps.
Good morning, everybody. It's good to see some of you, and thank you to Maurice and Tara for keeping our slides moving. I really appreciate it. Just a couple of notes on next steps in the marathon that we talked about. DCA and this collaborative group will continue with fundraising, which will allow us to look at these additional sites and future expansion. The one thing I would note is, although we're in temporary installation mode at this point, there is a desire to do permanent installations. And so we would come back to Tara and continue to work with Tara and this committee as we are looking at some permanent options. There was an initial phase, and as we go into a phase 2, we'd want to make sure to continue this particular conversation, both for approval, but also to make sure that everybody can see these images and meet these artists and to understand where the businesses are and the contributions across the board to this process, because they've been deep and they've been significant, and they've been sincere in a way that I think really shows in a lot of the work that's come out of Voices of CLE so far. Maurice, can you advance? Emily, do you want to close us out? With your, Maurice, can you go back just one slide, please? Thank you. Emily, do you want to deliver this?
Sure, yes. Sorry, my actually missed everything you said, Nora, but picking right up. So as you'll see here, we are truly committed to this as a ongoing project. We don't know exactly what that looks like yet, and it is those conversations with artists, with businesses, with community leaders that is going to take us there. But at this point, what's key is that these conversations are happening, and as we open up and create those channels of discussion between this particular group of artists, we are committed to seeing what can come out of it, and really having this be an ongoing platform for growth and change. And certainly we started by the opportunity of demonstrations on May 30th, but with the hopes of reaching well into the future. And so that is the goal.
And I would just note, we have Tom Strinsky in this group who really has been the conduit to the businesses. And I think that that's a connection that we don't want to lose throughout the process. There's the expression of the artists, the deep commitment of the artists, but also that we're able to bridge this conversation to businesses downtown, many of whom were already struggling, obviously because of some COVID restrictions, but that they see in the midst of some of their economical struggles, the need for this expression, for a reminder, and for a conversation. So our hopes is that this ties together all of these many threads and results in something meaningful.
And Commission, I do want to add one thing, because you'll notice on the agenda that it says for informational purposes only. I want to commend this group for doing this work and starting these conversations in our community. But the reason it says for informational purposes only is by nature of our outdoor works of art ordinance, with works that are installed for 30 days or less do not require the approval, but because of the large scale nature and the type of project this is, I thought it was important for you all to see. And we're in very uncertain times with our COVID numbers. So again, these installations are temporary, which is defined in the code as 30 days or less, but with us being in uncertain times, there's always the possibility as businesses reopen that could change a little bit. So I just wanted to make sure that the commission was aware of this project. And I think that this is just very important what's being done. And I believe that it will definitely spark more permanent installations as what was intended with this project.
Thanks, Tara. Commission members?
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in. I love the movement, and I echo Commissioner Collier's statement too. I hope that this momentum carries on and not only opens more doors, but more minds around how we move forward with art and public art in the city of Cleveland.
Thanks, Tommy. Anyone else? I guess we don't need to take a motion on that one, but thank you very much for the nice presentation. The next one is PW program murals.
Yes. So this project, PW program, which had initially been titled as Powwow, but we'll get into that a little later when I turn it over to the presenters. This project initially came back to the Planning Commission back in September. Midtown Cleveland received a grant to do this mural program in Cleveland. The program, again, has been all over the world. It was started by an artist in Hawaii, and it's been on several continents, a few places in the United States. Now it has finally come to Cleveland. You all did approve the locations back in September, and now we're coming forth with our artists as well as the concept, the sketch concepts from the artists for the particular locations. Again, another very meaningful project that's working with local, national, and international artists, putting murals up in several locations simultaneously. So I'm going to turn this over to Joe Lanzalata of Land Studio and Joyce Wong of Midtown Cleveland. And one other thing I did want to say is that it was approved by the Euclid Corridor Design Review Committee unanimously yesterday. Thank you.
And Chairman Bowen, I'm going to recuse myself because Graffiti Heart is one of the community partners for the project.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Commission, and thank you, Tara, for giving that intro. So my name is Joyce Wong. I am the VP of Community Development, and we are really excited to bring forward all these murals. There's about 20 of them to share with you today. We really believe that this will change the landscape visually of Midtown, as well as really elevate the platform of local artists into this sort of international sphere, international community. And so we're really thrilled about that. I do want to preface our presentation with three things. The first is that we are watching the numbers for COVID very closely. As you can see on this presentation, it's dated September 18th through 26th. This is very much a live issue right now as we're discussing a postponement of this in order to keep everyone safe, including the artists and the general public. So just wanted to note that for the record. The second is that we are actively doing a local change of the name, Powwow, in respect to the indigenous peoples of this nation and this community here. And we have worked with the founder, and he agrees that the name change can go forward. So just for the record of that too. Lastly, even though this is a public meeting, we recognize that these works are a work in progress. These are just sketch level still. I want to acknowledge it for the artists, as well as, if anyone has any questions about, our desire is really to keep this sort of a surprise for the community when we do deliver on this, whether it's this year or next year. And so if anyone has any questions, please direct them to Midtown Cleveland if you wish to share it. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Joe Lanzalata, our amazing partner at Land Studio, who has been project managing and coordinating this very complex set of artist sketches and property owners. So with that, Joe is going to flip through the sketches. Thanks.
I think we can advance the slide to the next one. quick map, and I'll try to move through this quickly. I know we've got a lot on the agenda, and we've got about 17 murals in this packet to run through. So I'll ask that, I'll roll through them pretty quickly, and then we can go back to any specifics unless there are immediate questions about any of the pieces we show. So this is just a map that shows kind of the density of the festival and kind of what we're doing here. Most of the murals are in Midtown. We do have a couple that extend into the Huff neighborhood. Next slide. This slide here shows the artists we're working with currently, and I think by the time the festival actually happens, there may be a couple more. This doesn't even include the program partners that we're working with, so this is really just the folks who are doing the murals. You can see it's people from all over the country and all over the world. A lot of the artists, about 50% of the artists, are local Cleveland artists. So we're really excited to get the opportunity to have our artists here from Cleveland painting alongside artists who do this work all over the world. Next slide. So these pieces are the ones we're seeking final approval on. This first mural is at 3800 Euclid Avenue, next to the sewer district across the street from the Children's Museum. This is by a Canadian artist, Drew Young. That all of these pieces will be painted unless we specify otherwise. So all of these will be aerosol paint or some kind of exterior latex paint.
Could you please advance the slides?
In Euclid Avenue. This is across from the Midtown offices and the centers. Next slide. This is a California-based artist, Andrew Schultz. His piece is kind of this, it's a little difficult to see from this image, but it's this layered kind of radial pattern that he does throughout all of his work, which creates these really kind of beautiful, very complex gradients that are kind of reminiscent of a sunrise or a sunset. So on this building, he'll have this signature pattern kind of framed up with these kind of cloud-like formations. Next slide. Main Avenue on the border of Asiatown and Midtown. Next slide. An artist, Jet Martinez. Jet is from Oakland, California.
We can't hear you all of a sudden. Nope, we lost you. Keep talking. Nope, you cut in a little bit.
Huh.
There you go.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Next slide. 4121 Carnegie Avenue. Next slide. This is a Philly-based artist, Nosgo. We've actually worked with him in the past for a previous project in 2016 along the Red Line called The Inner Urban. This piece is just a black and white concept. You can see in the bottom right-hand corner some of his color ideas. If you look at any of his other precedent work, his pieces are very vibrant, very colorful, and kind of very surreal imagery. Next slide. This is the House Maltz building at 6107 Carnegie Avenue. This is artist Tatiana Suarez. She's one of our national artists. And her piece is kind of directly inspired by an Otis Redding song. She also is using some Ohio-specific imagery in her piece. Next slide. This is 6917 Carnegie Avenue, kind of adjacent to Dealer Tire. This is another national artist, Ricky Watts from San Francisco. Next slide. 2930 Euclid Avenue is a Robert Madison building. And this is going to be a collaboration with two Native American artists, Felicia Gabaldon and Kaplan Bunce, who have worked on multiple powwows. Next slide. 3311 Perkins Avenue on Infante from Cleveland, Ohio. Next slide. This collaboration is with Antoine Washington and Lauren Noel. This is just a black and white, very kind of baseline sketch level. You can see at the bottom the color palette that they'll use. If anybody's familiar with the mural in Midtown at 36th and Euclid, that was painted by Lauren Noel, and kind of can get a sense of what her work looks like if you're familiar with that. But it's kind of big, kind of mosaic, colorful imagery. Next slide. 4600 Euclid Avenue, we're going to be painting these garage doors. Next slide. 3 different Cleveland-based artists, Julia Kuo. Next slide. April Bleakney, you can see this is a black and white rendering with her color palette to the right. And this is the third piece, a collaboration between Jordan Wong and Chad Fedorovich. Again, just a black and white concept. Jordan's work is very colorful. So we anticipate that this will be kind of a very vibrant piece. Next slide. This is at the centers for families and children. This is the wall that faces Prospect Avenue. This is a Chicago-based artist, Max Sansing. I'm really excited about his piece. This is kind of a photo rendering, but if you look at some of his past work, he does these very kind of hyper-realistic, very vibrant, kind of surreal paintings. Next slide. This is the ACLU building on Chester. Next slide. We are working with a French artist named Kashink, and a lot of her work kind of deals with gender and equality. And so we felt that her content was kind of perfect to pair with the ACLU. I would like to note that it was flagged in her concepts that we might want to remove ACLU from any of her concepts, just so it's not looked at as signage. So the upper left-hand rendering, you can see it does say ACLU on the mural. So we may be asking her to remove that just so there's not a signage issue. We don't want to set a precedent for putting business names on these murals, or organization names, I should say. Next slide. This is the Agora site. We don't currently have a concept yet for this, but we wanted to run it past the group because it is kind of a meaningful piece for this project. Currently, there is a heat-applied vinyl piece where it's described as A on this diagram. We're proposing removing that and putting a temporary or semi-permanent structure there that could have a stretched canvas piece over it. So kind of an interchangeable artwork. We're still working with the Agora on whether or not this will actually be able to move forward. Next slide. So these are buildings that we had not originally received approval for, but we did just take them through Euclid Design Review. So this is the Rainey Institute. This is artist Darius Stewart from Cleveland. I'm sure most folks are familiar with him. He's a pretty prolific artist here in Cleveland. Next slide. This is the Addison Library CPL branch on Superior Avenue. So we're proposing a shooting without bullets installation. So it'd be some kind of photographic installation on the brick. Next slide. And this final concept is one that does not have a final location yet. We had to move it around for logistic reasons. But so this is a concept that we're still looking to place at a mural site. And I believe that is all of them. Oh, sorry. This is at 1215 East 79th Street. We're working with distinguished gentlemen of spoken word and Gary Williams and Robin Robinson. We don't yet have the final artwork proposed for this piece, but you can see from their past work kind of what the style is and generally what the content is of their work. So that is the roster of artists and murals at this point.
Mr. Chairman, we have Kim Scott with her hand raised, our planner for the area.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Ooh. Good morning, commission members. I just want to point out that there are two sites. The last one, this building on East 79th Street, it is north of Superior, as well as the Addison Library site that are actually in a different design review region. And so for that reason, I think it's only fair that the review for the artistic concepts, even though all the sites were approved yesterday, that the artistic concepts are able to go to that committee to be viewed and then come back to the Planning Commission for the concepts. I know it might be a little bit turned around, but I think that it's important just so that they're able to have a glimpse and understand this whole powwow mural program. So that was my recommendation after yesterday's meeting. Thank you.
Commission members?
I move approval, Downing.
Second, Fluker.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Further discussion?
This is Slife. Does our motion need to include Ms. Scott's recommendation, or do we understand that request?
I think we understand the request. I think because there isn't an image yet, it would go back to the local design review.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Call the roll.
Call the roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry,
I'm going to abstain just because of the adjacent projects.
thank you. Paul,
I've recused myself.
oh, yes, thank you. And Slife.
Yes.
Good luck. Thank you very much.
Motion approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks all. Appreciate you.
Okay, zoning map amendment, ordinance number unnumbered, replacing a 25-foot specific map setback from a property line with a 7-foot specific map setback from the property line on the eastern side of Rocky River Drive. Shannon?
Shannon Leonard, City Planning. So this project came before me a couple weeks ago for the West Park Animal Hospital. And so they've gone through the entire design review process as well as Board of Zoning Appeals. Their biggest issue is the front yard setback. So Rocky River all the way up from Cam's Quarters down to Brook Park Road has a specific map setback ranging from 74 feet from the center line to 5 feet from the property line. Part of the conversations that we had with Councilman Slife and Adam Davenport, the neighborhood planner for this area, was to ensure that although we're working on this one specific setback here for this specific project, so this project can move forward, that they would go back and look at the zoning as well as the specific setbacks all along Rocky River, just because it's such a hodgepodge. So essentially this is just for the one block here between Melgrave and Sedalia. But going forward, they plan to look more into the rest of the setbacks along the street. So basically this is just to allow that new development to go forward and then If the setback is not put in place, they would not be able to get the front yard setback, as they realized last week at the Board of Zoning Appeals. Next slide, please. So this is the proposal. In yellow, you'll see the current 25-foot property line from the property line setback. This goes about 4 or 5 blocks north and about 3 blocks south before it switches into a different type of setback line. The proposal here is 7 feet so that the development will work. Next slide, please. So again, this is the existing, next slide, please. And so this is where the existing structures exist. However, the proposal is to demolish those and replace it with a new structure that is 8 feet setback from the property line. So we're proposing that 7-foot setback from the property line. Next slide, please. So this is the current proposal. This is where the building is being proposed. That lot to the immediate east is actually that home is in foreclosure. There's some type of liens on the property. Eventually, I think the property owner that owns the animal hospital plans on buying that property, but there's a lot of legal entities involved, I guess, currently. Next slide. So again, the proposal here is to replace that 20-foot or 25-foot property line setback to a new 7 feet from the property line setback. And that's essentially just to let this new development go forward with the understanding that the councilman and the neighborhood planner and the CDC in the future look at rezoning different areas of Rocky River and really looking into the setbacks that are currently there. And that's it.
Thank you, Shannon. And we've seen this for design review also and a couple other. So this is a public meeting. We'll hear first from proponents, those people in favor of the map setback change, and then opponents, those people against it. So proponents, anyone?
I have no hands raised, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Opponents, anyone against it?
I have no hands raised, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Commission members?
This is Lillian. I'll make a motion to approve. I would like to say that I personally think that even though this is a technicality around the zoning change, it's a kind of much improved design holding the corner and the setbacks. So I just wanted to say, as you go forward and think about the rest of Rocky River Drive, I think this is, a good project to push forward the way the buildings can hold the corner.
Thank you, Lillian.
I'll second. This is Councilman Slife. Obviously, I'm supportive of this project. This did go to Board of Zoning Appeals, and by and large, the neighbors are very supportive of this project. Most of the questions or concerns were really related to traffic circulation on the side streets. And then to Shannon's point about, the zoning along this corridor being a hodgepodge, it really is chaotic. It's a tough street. People tend to go a little faster than I'd like. And, it's all the properties are sort of parallelogram shaped. They're all east-west oriented with a street that's not perfectly north-south. So it creates it adds to the confusion even more. So I think that this is a good first step into, what Rocky River Drive can really become.
Thank you, Councilman. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, Adam Davenport just wrote in the text, the chat feature, we will definitely be thinking about that for all of Rocky River. It really needs to be reevaluated.
Thank you, Adam. Call the roll, please.
Bowen.
Yes.
Downing.
Yes.
Yes. Curry.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes.
Slife.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, it's approved.
Thank you very much. We're coming on to lot consolidations and lot splits, permanent parcel number 120-30034, 1918 East 123rd Street. Who's here for this one, Maurice?
We have Carmen Armenti.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm interested in getting a lot split here for future development. This is the original house my grandfather built, and that a new addition was put on in 1913. So, and I also built a house next to this one 20 years ago. So a lot of these houses are, you know, double lots. And then I'm just interested in some future development that I'd like to split the lot and eventually maybe put another house behind us. There's a lot of them that are built like that down there. And that's what I'm asking for. And that's the original house he built there. That's not the original house, that's the new addition he put on in 1913. And a little to the right of that is a house I built 20 years ago before they start developing down here. And I used the driveway as an easement to get into my property, and I would use the driveway for an easement to have access to the new future development back there.
This is Lillian. Normally, we do not approve lot splits without a site plan and a development. So just to split them, because especially because this is a flag parcel. So I would say that we may want to table this until you come back with actually the development plan. It's not that we wouldn't approve it. It's just as a matter of course across the city, we don't split lots without an actual development. Especially when they're flag parcels. So that's kind of, you know, I don't know if you'd be willing to kind of, you know, come back when you have a site plan and a set of sort of what you would be developing back there.
Well, I'd like to ask why, if it's a flat site, I don't understand why the city wouldn't approve of it just because it's a flat site. I don't grasp that.
As a matter of just because we don't do it across the city, I mean, this is a site that doesn't have frontage, and we actually require, in addition to an actual proposed development, we require the actual easement to be recorded for this because it doesn't have any frontage. It's what's called a flag parcel, and so we wouldn't approve a lot split like this without an actual development.
It had to do with life safety also, so fire trucks and EMS can get back to a back parcel.
Mr. Chairman, to the applicant, to August, I don't know how it's being proposed to be split. So I think in addition to that, we need to know how he proposes to split this. I haven't seen a lot split or a boundary plan or anything that would suggest how it's being split.
Well, before I started with an architect, I just wanted to get like the city's approval to go ahead with it, you know, and that's all I was trying to do here. And there's two other houses right next to that one going up the street that are there's, you can see there's four houses there. They're split 120-301, 121. And then there's 120, they're double back to back. And there's various ones down here that you could never even get, there's not even a driveway there. I at least have a driveway where I have an access point to get back there. So why I'm asking is like, it's like the chicken before the rooster or the egg. So I mean, I don't have a development plan right now, but I would still like to have the lot split in order to eventually go for that in the future. That's all I'm saying. I mean, so you guys are telling me to say I have to have all the development and site ready for ahead of time. Yeah, I would actually split it right down the middle in half, exactly half. So yeah, and I would have a guy come, you know, a regular surveyor, an engineer, and then submit the plans to the city of Cleveland. So that's what I'm asking for. I mean, it's And like I said, if you look at the other parcels, you could see the doubles there, and there's not even a driveway or an access where mine would at least have a big driveway. It's a huge driveway.
Mr. Chairman, to
Yeah.
planning, I might recommend that perhaps you work with one of the planning staff to assist him in building what's necessary for us to make a decision.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, I just actually put that in the chat, Mr. Chairman, that there needs to be a plan in order to decision the actual lot split. Because right now, based on the explanation, we have to imagine what you're trying to accomplish. So I think a legitimate next step would be to actually sit down, draw out, and be able to articulate really what your approach is going to be. You talked about the cart before the horse. I think by virtue of trying to get a approval prior to that is a little bit premature. And we do have architectural staff that can probably facilitate you with kind of laying out. Okay.
Say that again, Lillian.
Motion to table.
Okay, we got a motion.
I'll second that, Downing.
We have a motion, a second, further discussion. Hey, Freddie.
I do have one thing to say. I mean, I'm not entirely sure how this got on the agenda, but I would ask you, Freddie, next time to make sure that this probably should not have been on the agenda, truthfully, till it was ready. So I don't know how that happened, but I mean, there's no plan, so.
So Freddie, who's the planner for this area?
Which zone is this here? We're looking at East 123rd. I believe this would be Marka Fields or Sharonda Watley.
Okay, can you have whoever it is contact the applicant so we can help them out?
Okay.
Super. Call the roll, please.
Call the roll. Bowen?
Yes.
Downing?
Yes.
Fluker?
Yes.
Curry?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
And Slife?
Yes.
Motion is tabled.
Thank you. Next is permanent parcel number 003290840 1788 West 44th Street. Who do we have for this one?
How you doing? My name is Brian Todd. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. I'm a representative for West Shore Properties. Excuse me. We are the owner and the general contractor on the project.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so basically what we're proposing here, and I guess this view here would be perfect for it. We're on the corner of West 44th Street and Franklin Boulevard, kind of directly across the street from the Herman House there. This building, which was weird to me when we bought, was on two separate parcels. So it was deemed two separate buildings, two separate owners. We played nice with both of them for many years till the one would sell, and then we had to smooth over the other one to sell. If you're looking at this plot map here, you'll see on the Franklin Boulevard side there, there's parcels A, B, C, D, and E that have been already split. When we did this, we started this project maybe about 2 years ago. We had to pull off and go build a home for somebody else. And then we're now finishing the other side. So all we would like to do is just kind of continue what we had started on the Franklin side. We are now working down the West 44th Street side. These are essentially, old brownstone or row home things. They meet all the criteria to split due to them having I think it's like an 18-inch or 20-inch brick firewall that goes from the basement foundations all the way up through the roof and through the parapet wall that divides them. So therefore you have the fire coating of it. So we meet all the criteria to do this. It's the exact same thing as a continuation on the other side. The reason why we want to split these things is not for sale at this point in time. is just for refinancing purposes. We split the other one a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. We still own all 5 of those parcels. We hold them as rentals, and we like to just do that on this side. The reason being is just commercial financing, we call it the hamster wheel around here. Just, once you get on it, you never get off the thing because they keep having you refi every 5 to 7 years and $5 to $7 grand to do the deal and new interest rates. And it's like, you're just on it continuously. And so therefore, for us to be able to split these and get these deeds simple, now we can do 30-year fixed mortgages on these things. And as you all are well aware, the interest rates are now at historical lows, and to be able to lock up our money for the next 30 years, it's advantageous for us. It does enable us to make these things deed simple that we would be able to sell them at some point in time, which may be an exit strategy for us. And if we're able to split these now, if we were decided to sell and get out of the game, you could then sell them to individual home ownership in the neighborhood, which we've always viewed as being a positive for Cleveland. Like I said, we don't anticipate that happening anytime soon just because of the amount of money that we do spend on these projects. For us to kind of really reap any benefits, we have to hold on to them and do a cash flow game, for the next 10 or 20 years, I would imagine, probably on the near side, and then, enable us to kind of, if we wanted to sell later on. But ultimately, our goal is for refinancing purposes only, just because it enables us to go with residential financing as opposed to commercial financing. We did the other side, like I said, about a year and a half ago. We spent somewhere between $75,000 to $100,000 per unit. I apologize. I was trying to get the files loaded to show interior pictures of the other side of what we're going to do on the side that we're working on now. I was having some trouble with Outlook trying to get file sizes and pictures to kind of register through getting them over to Michael. But we do a nice project rehab. We got them down to the studs. Every mechanical's been replaced, all new plumbing through the stacks, all new electrical, all new panels, all new HVAC, individual high temperature or high efficiency forced air. These things really run like the top. We do a nice high-end project on them. And, when we do these projects, we do think of the Green Community Buildings Code Act. Therefore, we are passing energy savings on to the potential renters. And if we ever were to sell, the future homeowners would then reap those benefits also.
Mr. Chairman, to the applicant, I believe that you really need to sit down with the building department to see if this property line doesn't have any adverse impact on fire rating, because it appears, in my opinion, it will. And so that's going to impact what happens to these properties in terms of renovation and as it relates to code.
We have done that. The parcel that we're working on now, I don't know how it was ever 2 separate parcels or 2 separate buildings. I mean, as you know, when these things were built 100 years ago, and the building code and wasn't quite what it was, and how they ever got it to split how it is now. But as you look, we were able to do 0-line parcel splits before because we do meet the proper fire code rating to get these things done. So yes, we are well aware of that factor. We have worked with them in depth on the other side, and we are working with them in depth on this side also. But that is a great point, and we do take that into consideration with that.
Mr. Chairman, we have Matt Moss, the neighborhood planner, wishing to comment.
Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, commission members. I just wanted, I did some research on this prior to the presentation, and I believe the parcels along Franklin, the townhomes there were split back in early 2019. And if I recall correctly, the commission also reviewed this for a conditional townhouse use in a 2-family district because this area is zoned 2-family. So we reviewed that in order to bring it compliant with our current zoning code. So I think that this to me represents the next step in the process of transitioning these parcels to townhomes as they would be currently regulated under our current modern code. So I just wanted to give that background for the commission and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Adam. Mr. Member?
1.2. Yeah, 1.2. I'm sorry, I'm the developer, Brian here. These parcels, all of them, the wonderful thing about it is there's no common area anywhere. All the units have their own individual ingress and egress out the front and back doors.
Mm-hmm.
All of the units already came before we split that other side and this side already came with each individual addresses. So we really wouldn't be trying to muck up the thing and create new addresses. They've already been kind of divided out that way. And I don't know when they originally built this thing if they were looking at doing it that way, but when we inherited the project, they were just, you know, which was odd, one building on two separate parcels with 10 individual units in there. And we're just trying to, like I said, parcel them out so we could do it for refinancing purposes. And like I said, it does give us a nice exit strategy. But the exit strategy then would be to sell them to individual homeowners, which I think is a better overall vision for the neighborhood than having landlords down there.
Thank you. Commission members?
I'll move approval. This is Slife.
Second, DeCurry.
We have a motion second. Further discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Bowen.
Yes.
Downing.
Yes.
Fluker.
Yes.
Curry.
Yes.
Hall.
Yes.
Slife.
Yes.
Motion approved.
I want to thank all of you for your time this morning. We view this as a great corner in the city of Cleveland on West 44th and Franklin. It is kind of historical there with the Franklin Castle. If you guys ever drive by there and look on the Franklin side, we have completed the project. We really spent a lot of money and made it a lot better of an intersection to be stuck at that light at. And we're going to continue to do that down the West 44th Street side. And, you know, when people are in that neighborhood to really be looking around and see the beautiful architectures down there, keep that old stuff looking good. So thank you guys very much for your time today.
Thank you for your investment. Thank you.
Hey, you guys take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Conditional use permit and pedestrian retail overlay district. This is for permit parcel number 114-19002 and 001. This is addresses 837, 819 East 185th Street. Off-street parking and loading area. Shannon?
Shannon Leonard, City Planning. So essentially this is a conditional use case for the, these lots are two different lots. You have the LaSalle Theater that's on one lot and then the parking lot adjacent to it that as of right in this adjudication was owned by the county. So because they are not consolidated, they need to establish use of this lot as a parking lot as an accessory use to the LaSalle Theater. And so, as you know, in a pedestrian retail overlay, surface lots need conditional uses generally. So next slide, please. So the proposal here is to use this lot as a parking lot to make some upgrades to it, add some landscaping. It's gone through the design review process. I think they may be on the agenda today. I'm not sure. But essentially, they just need one conditional use for the off-street parking along East 185th. As you can see in this site plan, there are a couple parking spaces within that 40 feet of the pedestrian retail frontage. So the conditions that you must consider when considering granting this conditional use is that parking in some other place does not exist. And so this is really the only way we could go. And the other is that the applicant has demonstrated that the placement of the parking in a different location would jeopardize the continued occupancy of the LaSalle Theater. So all I need is the off-street parking conditional use here. And then if you grant that, obviously that gives them the surface parking lot permission to move forward. Next slide, please. So they just need the off-street parking conditional use, Chairman. And they, one other thing, I believe Sharonda Watley, the neighborhood planner for this area, he or she may have some comments, or a representative for this case may be here as well.
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Sharonda Watley. Stated they did go through the local design review committee, and so the need for conditional uses was explained to the committee, and so the committee was in support of the development of this parking lot.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
I move approval.
I second, Paul.
We have a motion second. Further discussion? Call the roll, please.
Bowen.
Yes.
Downing.
Yes.
Curry.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes.
Slife.
Yes.
And Mr. Fluker is abstaining. Motion is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mandatory referrals, ordinance number 499, 2020, to amend the title and sections of 18, ordinance number 58817, passed June 5th, 2017, relating to given consent to the Director of Transportation of the State of Ohio to move and replace existing East 75th Street. Rick, you're here for a bunch of them, aren't you? Maurice, who's here for this?
1 second. That might have been.
Toski.
Is he here?
Is he on?
Yes, he is.
Rick, are you there?
You're muted, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can. You muted yourself again.
Then we'll authorize. Whoever's running the meeting, can you mute my mic?
Sure. There you go. Now we can't hear you.
I'm going to get off the phone line and see if this works.
Now we can hear you. Okay.
Are you able to hear me now? Oh, geez. Here we go.
We can hear you.
I'm going to have to call him back in.
Rick, go ahead. We can hear you. Rick?
Who is logged in as Cleveland Planning?
Hello, Maurice, that might be me.
Yeah, you need to pass the host role back to me, please. Thank you.
Are we back in?
Okay, Rick?
Yes.
Okay, we're having
There's
a
a lot of
slight
feedback.
echo. It's a slight echo, but I think we can work with this.
Okay. All right, I'll try to make this brief.
Oh, now it's working.
This legislation is to authorize it.
I'll try it again.
Now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Very good. This legislation will authorize the director of MOCAP to apply and accept issue 1 funds. The project itself is to remove and replace the existing East 75th Street Bridge over Norfolk Southern Railroad and GCRTA's rail line. This will be an ODOT administered project. We're looking to go to construction in August of 2021.
I move approval.
Second,
Paul.
Downing.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Or, hold on. Call the roll, please.
I have a question, David, even though I approved it, will the bridge actually have a bike lane?
The bike facilities will be looked at for this, yes.
Did you say yes, they are?
Yes.
Okay. Are they committing to that or are they just looking at it?
I'll have to get back to you on that one. I'll have to double check.
Would be a really great bridge to get a bike lane on.
I believe it is, but I'll have to double check on that for you.
Could you report back next time you come? I'll remember.
I will find out as soon as I'm done with my presentations, and I'll get back and I will if I email Director Collier with the response.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and you can copy, and I'll copy it to, I'll forward it to Ms. Kirk.
Thank you very much.
Call the roll, please.
Yes. Bush?
Yes.
Downing?
Yes.
Fluker?
Yes.
Curry?
Yes.
Curry?
Yes.
With the note of the bike lanes. Paul?
Yes.
Slife?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, it's approved.
Okay, ordinance number 500-2020. This is authorizing the mayor to apply to the District 1 Public Works Integrating Committee for state funding to rehab portions of Buckeye Road. Go ahead, Rick.
Buckeye Road from Sacred Boulevard to South Boulevard will be rehabilitated approximately for a length of 1.4 miles. Improvements include pavement rehabilitation, new sidewalks, curbs, ADA compliant ramps, new drive aprons, road drainage. There's also a TLCI that's just gotten underway, and we'll be incorporating recommendations that come out of the TLCI, which may include bike lanes, shared use lanes, enhanced crosswalks, enhanced transit waiting environments. The estimated cost is $5.78 million. The design will be starting up in the fall of 2020. Construction we're looking at on February 2022, as long as the issue 1 applications are able to be sent in this year. We're not aware of that at this point in time, but our plan is to submit an application this year.
Thank you. Commission members?
This is Paul, Stami Paul. Just a question, is there any public art as a part of that project or of this ordinance?
Well, we'll have to see what the TLCI has to bring to the table on that. But this time I can't answer that.
Okay. But I think the question is, doesn't it trigger the public art ordinance % for public art?
I'm going to chime in here if I may. This is Director Collier. Any capital project would trigger that if there are city capital dollars being spent. It would definitely trigger that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think we should look at that. I know where you're waiting for the TLCI, Rick, but as a matter of policy, and so between the last one and this one, I think the city needs to take, I think we need to feel comfortable that on all these, that bike lanes will be included unless there's some like absolutely, width problem, at a minimum striping. So because it's such a large stretch. So I know you said they'll be looked at, and they may be, but the word may worries me. I think this city, they should be required, all these projects should be required to have bike lanes unless there's a reason why it's not absolutely possible. So just know that when you come back, that's going to be our stance.
So if I may chime in, please, Rick, you're modest in your communications, but I do want to say, with respect to city planning, working with MOCAP, we do ensure that we are making sure that whether it's striping, construction, or catalytic projects, that we are looking at mobility options for each one of these projects. Particularly with the striping, MOCAP, actually, to their credit, have been doing a much better job with making sure that the striping, even the striping projects, have bike lanes or either share roads. We want to get to the point one day where we can provide as much protected vertical infrastructure as possible, because I think that's really the direction that we need to go in. But those conversations are happening. Part of the work that we're doing right now with our Vision Zero work, we have the Vision Zero RFP, where we're looking at doing the Vision Zero action plan. So that's going to be underway. It's initiatives like that that's going to help to inform where and how we do these things for the purposes of safety, because we know that the standard modus operandi of roads are going to be they're going to need to be designed to accommodate more than just cars. And this is a culture shift that is happening, and we are making sure that we are working with MOCAP to ensure that bike facilities are added to these projects, even if it's the most menial, street resurfacing, project.
Right, I hear you, Patty. My point is just that I want it to be known that, everyone's working together, but this kind of thing does require actually, from the commission's point of view, a statement of, we're not going to approve. We are not, whatever goes on in City Hall and the planning is great, but we are no longer going to approve these road reconstructions without bike lanes unless there's a very good reason, is what I want to say. Because this has been going on for me for now more than 10 years. So I don't want to hear maybe or anything anymore. I want to hear that they'll be done unless someone tells me otherwise. And I think that should be the Planning Commission stance, because we have the authority to kind of approve and move these projects forward.
I would concur with Lillian. What we know streets as we can't continue the status quo. It just can't happen. I mean, we're talking about bikes, we're talking about access to Wi-Fi and connectivity. All this has to be more intentional as we go through. When all these TLCIs get developed, what happens, they go on the shelf, and then it's turned over to engineering, and a lot of things that are planned, well-intentioned, don't happen. So we have to figure out how to change that narrative. Thank you.
To Director Collier's point, I think the word may is in there only because we don't know which type it will be. Will bike facilities be there? Yes. What type, how we're going to put them in is the question that we have to look at.
So instead of the word may, can we say some type of a bike facility will be implemented? I prefer language than may, which means may or may not.
It's just that we don't know what the TLCI is going to recommend at this time, so we don't know exactly say what's going to be incorporated.
Right.
Bike facilities will be incorporated.
Right. I'm just saying, I'm not okay with maybe or maybe not. I think we can also say as a commission that to the people doing the TLCIs that bike lanes are a priority. Bike and pedestrian is a priority.
Yes, they will be incorporated. What exactly we will be putting in is what we're waiting to understand and see how the TLCI comes out.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
Rick, thanks for the clarification.
No problem.
I move approval. Downing.
Second, Slife.
We have a motion second. All in favor? Call the roll, please.
Yes. Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Slife.
Yes.
Motion is approved. I just want to add that we did note that bike facilities will be incorporated, and the type of facility will depend on the TLCI recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ordinance number 501-2020. This is to consent to the city of Cleveland, to the Director of Transportation of the state of Ohio to approve Union Avenue, Broadway Avenue, and Kinsman Road.
Yes, we're preparing the plans and specifications for this project, which is about 3.2 miles in length. ODOT will arrange for the project sale and move forward with that. The improvements include asphalt milling, pavement base repair, asphalt resurfacing, ADA ramps, curb repairs, and bike lanes.
Mr. Chairman, we have Councilman Brancatelli wishing to make a comment.
Councilman. Hey there, Councilman.
You're muted, sir.
Way too many devices. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Rick Swatowski. He hosted a public meeting where we had a number of folks weigh in on the bike lanes and the connectors. We had some initial renderings of what those bike lanes could look like. And Union Avenue, this 3-mile stretch, is a very important connector on the east side, really providing access for bike lanes that will take us all the way to downtown once we finish our downtown connector. So there was a lot of support for that, and I want to thank Rick for his efforts and his team in engaging that public meeting.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mr. Chairman, if I may too, just so you guys are aware, that Union Avenue virtual public meeting that we had is one of the first sort of demonstrations on how we plan to move forward with respect to engaging the public around road infrastructure. Planning and MOCAP is working much more intimately than they have been in the past, and that's why I responded to Commissioner Curry's concern earlier the way I did, because obviously we share those sentiments, but we have to make sure that we're transacting business and coordinating that way internally. And this Union Avenue piece, was an example of the type of engagement and the type of coordination so that we can make sure that, MOCAP and others are really starting to speak a different language, because I think that's really what we're starting to see. And the culture is changing with respect to how we function in City Hall to get the right transactions on the street, particularly with respect to mobility. So I just wanted to add that.
Hey, Director Collier, I would be interested to see how many TLCIs that have been developed in this city have been implemented, first of all, and how many of those that have been implemented have been in predominantly African-American communities. I would like to know what that statistic is, because I think it's probably 0 or none.
Freddie, can you have someone look into
that? That's something we can look at. Yeah, that's something that would actually be interesting to look at.
No, I think it'll be revealing. And I think, to your point, that's why these conversations are relevant.
Agreed.
If I may, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just as a note, Fleet Avenue was one of the TLCIs that was done. And as folks know, Fleet Avenue is that community is majority minority. And it is an important connector. And we've been pretty laser focused on making sure we do have connectors. But I understand Mr. Fluker's concerns that we want to make sure we continue these connectors along the east side.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, August.
Thank you. I move approval. William.
Can I have a second?
Second, Downing.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Call the roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Slife.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Super. Ordinance number 502-2020, giving consent to the city of Cleveland to Director of Transportation, State of Ohio, for resurfacing West 14th Street.
Yes, thank you. Purpose of legislation is to give consent to ODOT to construct the West 14th Street project, including a Starkweather. We're also looking to adding an alternate bid for Starkweather to Fairfield. The 0.58 mile project will have improvements including asphalt milling, pavement base repairs, asphalt resurfacing, and ADA ramps. Also, bike lanes are on this project.
Move approval.
Second, Downing.
Motion second, further discussion? Call the roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Slife.
Yes.
Approved.
Okay, resolution 503-2020, declaring the intent to vacate portions of Japan Court Southwest.
Thank you. This portion of Japan Court is a dead-end alley. Dallin owns the property that surrounds this portion of the alley on all three sides. The plan is to remove the back half of the house on parcel 007-05017 and convert all the open space included in the portion of the alley proposed to be vacated into a courtyard green space for the residents of Tinnerman Loft and the patrons of a restaurant cafe that will occupy the former VFW Hall.
Move approval, Downing.
Second, Slife.
Motion second, further discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Slife.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank you. Resolution number 504-2020, declaring the intent to vacate portions of Lorraine Court.
Yes, the purpose of this request is to vacate a small remaining piece on Lorraine Court between West 48th Street, now vacated, and the rest of the vacated Lorraine Court as requested by the Urban Community School at 4701 Lorraine Avenue.
Slife, I move approval.
Second.
Second, further discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downing,
Yes.
Fluker,
Yes.
Curry,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Slife.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank you. Ordinance number 498-2020, confirming the authority of the Cleveland Botanical Gardens to charge admission fees, parking fees, and erect improvements on property leased or subleased.
Mr. Chair, I spoke with Councilman Conwell, and he requested that this be tabled until our next meeting so he can be briefed on the legislation.
Okay.
I'll move the table then.
I'll
All right, thank
second.
you. Motion second, further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if
Yes.
I may ask, because this is important, this is for Rick. The Cleveland Botanical Gardens is now, is that free to get into the Botanical Gardens? And Lillian, you may know this, perhaps.
Like, is it currently free?
Yeah.
Like, because of COVID or in general?
No, in general, like the public, is it?
No, it's not, it's not, you pay an entrance to go inside, yes, you pay.
Okay, so Rick, what I'm trying to understand about this is it says confirming the authority of the Cleveland Botanical Gardens to charge admission fees and parking fees to erect improvements on property, lease or sublease. Are they saying in addition to existing fees?
Director, I'm sorry, this is a public works item. It's not a capital project item. So I'm not familiar with this.
Yeah, my suspicion is all this land is subject to the original agreements with the Wade family when they donated this land to the city. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is kind of reauthorizing the ability to charge fees and parking fees on what is otherwise city land. I just remember when I worked for the city previously, comparable challenges and projects, in and around this part of University Circle because of those old deed restrictions. So it might be that.
Charles, it's because that is still ongoing. It's unresolved, the legal matter.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to read something that Councilman Brancatelli typed in the chat. He's saying it's $15 advance purchase. Time tickets are required to visit the Botanical Garden. The tickets are on sale now and must be purchased in advance online. Adults are $15 and children 3 to 12-year-old are $10.
Wow. That's a lot to me. All right. So that's because, when we talk about equity, one of the things, here it is, we talk about equity and all of this. And you have these tremendous assets in the museums and things of that in University Circle, but you have some of the most challenged neighborhoods around there, so making sure that these assets are accessible. I understand they need to have fees in order to operate, but just make sure they're thoughtful about their fee structure is something that I think is really important. But it's neither here nor there. Okay, keep going.
We have a motion to table.
Yeah, I moved the table.
And I seconded it. Downing.
Okay.
Yeah, so now call the roll, please.
Okay, Bowen?
Wait. What was the motion?
To table.
Why are you tabling?
Because it was requested by the councilman.
Okay.
Because he hadn't seen the legislation.
Okay.
Okay, Bowen?
Yes.
Downing?
Yes.
Fluker?
Yes.
Curry?
No.
Paul?
Yes.
Slife?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Motion's tabled. Yes.
Resolution 505-2020, approving the continuation and expansion of Gordon Square Art District Improvement District as a special improvement district in the city. Who's here to present this?
We have Phil from Detroit Shoreway.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. This is our second renewal for the Special Improvement District. I'm the Special Project Manager of Detroit Shoreway and also the Program Manager for the SID. Again, second renewal. This is for years 21 through 25. We've received over 66% of approval from property owners, which is the highest rate we've received since inception in 2010. We're looking at 63 unique parcels. We were able to add, because of the approval rate, we were able to add 4 additional parcels for this iteration. We do have a church that's voluntarily participating, Our Lady of Mount Carmel, and we've submitted our plan for services. We also partner with Downtown Cleveland Alliance with their Clean and Safe Ambassador program, and this has been really successful program for us. It helped us maintain over $30 million of investment in the district. And we're really pleased that we, were able to receive over 66% of the property owners supporting this for an expansion.
I move approval. Downing.
I second, Paul.
Okay, motion second. Call the roll, please.
Bowen?
Yes.
Downing?
Yes.
Fluker?
Yes.
Curry?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Slife?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Congratulations. Now we move on to ordinance number 545/2020, authorizing the Commissioner of Purchasing and Supply to sell city-owned property no longer needed for public use, located along West 73rd Street to Bakery Park North LLC. Who's here for this?
We have Daniel Doherty.
Yes, good morning. This is Dan Doherty, MoCap Division of Real Estate. You go to the next slide, please. And you could go to the next slide, please. You go to the, and one more slide, please. Yes, this is a development site I believe you're all familiar with. This is the proposed apartments along West 73rd Street being developed by the Columbus-based Avenue Partners. They approached us about acquiring some small pieces of city-owned property, primarily to accommodate their drive entrance along West 73rd, and I think their pool clubhouse area that's just to the north there. This was land that was originally acquired for the West 73rd Street underpass for some minor grading purposes. So they're looking to just expand a little bit of the footprint of their development site. One thing that we did ask from them was we're asking for a narrow highway easement along West 73rd Street to accommodate the existing sidewalk that runs on that side of the street that goes through the underpass. You could go to the next slide. And you could also go to the next slide. That's just a rendering. This just depicts the small pieces of property that they're looking to acquire from the city and the very narrow strip that the city is asking that they grant to the city to accommodate the sidewalk. This will go all the way up to the proposed Battery Park extension that'll be constructed. You go to the next slide. And this slide just depicts the existing sidewalk that runs along West 73rd Street under the underpass. So we're asking that they essentially build this same type of sidewalk. It's a 7-foot wide sidewalk, 5-foot tree line. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Commission members?
Move approval.
I second.
Motion second, further discussion? Call the roll, please.
Bowen.
Yes.
Downey.
Yes.
Blucher.
Yes.
Curry.
Yes.
Hall.
Yes.
Schleif.
Yes.
Okay. Approved. Thank you.
Thank you. The next two things on the agenda, I'm actually working on both those projects. So Lily, can you take over for those next two? Because
Sure.
I need to recuse myself. Thanks.
Okay. Mandatory referral number 5072020, authorizing the Director of Economic Development to enter into a tax increment financing agreement with the Spiron Group. And this is, who's speaking to this?
Hi, this is Dan Kennedy. I'm with Economic Development. I'll be speaking on it today.
Okay.
And I am joined here with Alexis Mendoza of the development team. So the Midtown project is located at 3101 Euclid Avenue. Feel free to go to the next slide. Just a sort of a location, so really close to the corner of East 30th and Euclid on the Health Line. Go to the next slide. Just some satellite shots, and then you could go to the next one, dive in a little bit more on the project. So the Inspirion Group acquired this building and garage in 2016. When they acquired it, the building had been vacant for about 20 years. It's a 9-story building with garage with about 180 spaces. The plans for the building is to convert it into 90 residential units on floors 2 through 8. with a luxury penthouse on the 9th floor. The first story will have retail commercial spaces of 2,600 square feet and 1,700 square feet. And then a parking deck, like I mentioned, of about 180 spaces. And then also additional amenities for the tenants will be the fitness center, residential lounge, stuff like that. Feel free to go to the next slide. Just a rendering of the facade. Keep going. So this is just a shot of the 2020 citywide plan, which we need to include, and it fits in, with the multifamily vision. And so economic development is proposing a 30-year non-school TIF. We need to enter into a chain of title as per the Ohio Revised Code. And then also the project has been presented for design review, I believe last year now. And so that's just sort of an overview. Alexis is here with me if you had any specific questions on the project or needed any additional information.
Okay, thank you. Commission members, any questions?
Move approval. Downing.
Second, Paul.
Can you call roll?
Yes. Downing.
Yes.
Fluker.
Yes.
Curry.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes.
Schleif.
Yes.
Approved.
Okay, let's go to the next item.
Okay, so
this is ordinance number 508-2020, authorizing the Director of Economic Development to enter into a tax credit financing with Sustainable Community Associates. And this is the Lincoln Building project.
Okay, so I'll be presenting this again. I'm joined with Naomi Sable of the development team. So as you can see from the overview location map, this is going to be located in Tremont neighborhood at the corner of Wiley and Scranton Road. Yeah, perfect. And so Sustainable Community Associates is the developer on this, and you might remember them from projects like Fairmount Creamery or the Wagner Awning, or most recently the Tappan Building, which is again there on the Scranton corridor. So the proposed development is about a $24 million project at 4 stories. This will include 82 apartments and a little over 6,000 square foot of commercial retail space. The 82 unit breakdown will consist of studio 1 and 2 bedrooms, most of them being studio and 1 bedrooms. There's also going to be 2 below grade parking levels with about 87 spaces and an additional surface lot with 80 more spaces. Yeah, there's some renderings of the building.
Approve this.
Yeah. And so the same, basically the same, we're offering the 30-year non-school TIF, citywide plan. It's actually more dense than what was, I guess, envisioned for this area back when the citywide plan was created. But it's the same 30-year non-school TIF. We're entering into the chain of title per Ohio Revised Code, and the project has been presented for design review in the past.
And we did see this at the Planning Commission level, Madam Chairwoman, and approved the project.
I move approval. Downing.
Second. Fluker.
Call the roll. Downing.
Yes.
Fluker.
Yes.
Curry.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes.
Schleif.
Yes.
Approved. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great weekend.
Administrative approvals, can you, everyone take a look? And I'll take a motion when you're ready.
you want me to cycle through the slides on these? From the agenda.
We have them in front of us too.
Yeah, just cycle through. There's one I want to call your attentions to. Item number 10, administrative approvals. If you note that it reads contents noted, and let me explain what that means typically. This was introduced by Councilman McCormick, Brinkatelli, and Zone. When there is a piece that's introduced and it goes through the administrative process, it hits the various departments. If in fact there is not a firm decision or position of that particular division, the item would read or be signed contents noted, meaning that what's been presented is acknowledged and received, but no position has been taken. And that is why that says contents noted. It will proceed to council. The commission has the ability to vote on the matter or affirm the contents noted item. And I think for us, the part of this that reads to eliminate the administrative requirement to hire police officers for block parties and small neighborhood-based community events, I believe caused some pause with members of the administration. And that is the reason why it's noted under contents noted, meaning that it's been received and however, it will move to the council with the understanding that there has not been a firm posture taken with respect to this.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure. It's either Councilman Brancatelli or Phil that has their hands raised. I think it might be Councilman Brancatelli.
Yes, it is.
Councilman?
Yeah, thank you. I certainly appreciate the explanation by Director Collier on the contents noted. This was an issue we raised a year ago. Chairman of the Safety Forces, Matt Zone, held a hearing. We were trying to work with the administration on removing a requirement or amending a requirement that says you must have 2 armed officers at block parties. And we've had a number of issues raised with having small organizations that are doing, closing off the end of the street or doing a small get together with their block club, where we're not selling food, we're not having vendors. It's just a get together. I know we have not been having meetings during the pandemic, but we know that folks have been opening back up again. And it's just one, given the circumstances that we're in now, saying you have a basically police officer armed, bulletproof vest in their uniform, standing guard of 15, 20 people who are just having to get together, playing games and being socially engaged, was one, sending the wrong message. And secondly, the cost. When you talk about 2 officers and you're talking about $250 for folks who are just getting together to build community. And so that never got resolved a year ago. And so now we're doing this legislatively, unfortunately. And I understand it gives pause, but when you apply for a permit to block off a portion of the street, you're applying to the same group of people that are doing the Revco Marathon. I know it's not the Revco Marathon anymore. I'm old. We're trying to streamline our process here for small groups, and what's the reason for the legislation.
And there's 2 items I want to mention. Thank you for that explanation, because when you hear the specificity around things, it really helps. So the rationale that has been provided, the contents noted marking on the legislation will still allow for it to move forward. Councilman, it's just it's almost like a not taking a position either way type of
understood.
So just so you know.
Yeah, thank you.
Brancatelli, this is Lillian. Is there a number attached to the size in the ordinance, like 100 or less, 50 or less?
So there's specifically that was already in the ordinance, which we had not changed. It does talk about events that are 100 people and over. That puts it in a different category, and that's not what we're addressing. We're not talking about large events or events where vendors are selling things. We're only talking about small block parties under 100 people when you get your neighbors together.
Okay, I just wondered if there was a number. Thank you.
Yeah.
Approval of the administrative approvals.
I second.
We have a motion second. Call the roll, please. Freddie?
Oh, yeah, hold on one second. Hold on. I get coordinated here. Okay, we have Bowen.
Yes.
Downing.
Yes.
Fluker.
Yes.
Curry.
Yes.
Hall.
Yes.
Slife.
Yes.
Okay, approved. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to design review near West, and I'm going to turn it back over to Lillian because now we're going to go see Lincoln again.
Okay, I think we skipped one. The Ike Smart City pillar. Just as a point of note, you know, Ike Smart Cities kiosks that are going on all around the city.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. This is relatively.
Administrative approval, so it was already approved.
Wait, was it in an administrative approval? Hold on, let me see. Hold on.
Yes, it was listed
on top.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, good. I'm sorry. Forget it. Go, please move forward. I'm not Michael.
Okay, Lillian, can you take this? I'm going to recuse myself.
This is a Near West design review case 2019-036. The design review for the Lincoln mixed-use project at 2410 Scranton Road. Is David here from Biology or the project owner?
Yes.
I think I have to swear you in, so is that correct for me?
So here from the Lincoln team, Naomi Sable, owner, David Cron, architect.
Can you hold on a second? I need to swear you in. And Freddie, since I don't have it in front of me, I'm going to do my best.
Okay.
Just tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth now in hearing to this matter. Yeah, okay.
Please say your name and I do.
David Cron, I do.
Naomi Sable, I do.
Okay.
Marissa Burley, I do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Great. I'm going to turn it immediately over to Larissa to cover the design. I'll touch on the landscape. Naomi, do you have any opening comments you want to make?
Just that, you know, this is our fourth project in the neighborhood. Obviously, we have a great love for Tremont, and we're excited about this project in particular. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Great.
So hi, everyone. This is Larissa Burley with Bioloski Cleveland. I'm just going to very quickly reorient you. I know we've showed this project previously, but we want to hone in on some of the more specific materials. So here we are at the intersection of Wiley and Scranton. Our next slide will show the layout of the building, where we've basically carved out parts of the building to provide greater views to the skyline of Cleveland directly north. We're also referencing in this view, you'll see at the northeast corner, a small plaza type area to basically welcome people who might be coming from the Tremont area, specifically Lincoln Park. The next slide will show our site in greater context. So we are at the threshold of industrial edge of Tremont, but we are also just beginning along a very residential corridor as well. So we're trying really to bridge some of the industrial nature with some of the much more residential parkscape nature of the project, which you'll see on the next slide. The principal design inspiration was really Lincoln Park and how to invite Lincoln Park to this residential space. Next slide. So here is our site. You'll see that we are looking at it southwest toward the Animal Protective League. So you'll see Wiley Avenue starts to slope, and we're going to be using this to provide means of underground parking for the project. Next slide. Here's the underground parking. The top or north edge of the drawing at the upper left-hand side will show the drive entry for residents who wish to park or have a parking space. There are currently 90 spaces associated with the project for approximately 82 units and approximately 8 commercial tenants. And here you'll see the first floor, again, as discussed earlier, it's predominantly 1-bedroom and studio units. There is commercial along Scranton Avenue and kind of back of house mailroom access space at the southern side as well. A typical floor is has some 2-bedroom units in it, and what we're also showing are some balconies to the northwest. Again, this is to give people better views of downtown. And the next slide shows balconies continue at the northwest, but at the top floor, there is a sky lounge for the units and a sky deck. So everyone, even though you're facing south, can have a place to go where they have direct views of the skyline of Cleveland. We also do have, if you could just go back really quickly to that last slide, an update to our previous schematic design. We've added balconies to the south edge of the bar of the building. So all of those 1-bedroom units that are aligning the south of the bar will have views and 4-foot balcony outside as well. So talking about some of the exterior finishes, you've seen in the renderings, we've located some green growth along the walls, and we're looking at an actual material called a green screen, which would promote vines throughout the site. So what we would be proposing is one of the black, the dark vine armature. The next slide will show, I believe this might be an older image, but we are looking at standing seam metal panels for some of the darker areas. And so what we're really looking for is a zinc-like material that will have a kind of patina to it. So it will be a kind of charcoal gray, but we are looking for more of a zinc-like type material. This image shows at the center of the image kind of a medium cool gray masonry, which we're proposing for our face brick, and then a textured masonry concrete product at the base of the building, which would be stained to match the face brick. And where we do show planter boxes at the various window areas, we would be proposing a fiber cement panel that would also, its color would match the face brick as well. Here we're showing a kind of a diagram of the window system where we're inviting a little bit of Lincoln Park to each person's window. So these are just various window studies, but if you go to the next slide, we can start to talk about some of the more specifics. So here is the rendering looking to the southwest, and it shows the gray face brick area, planter boxes along the top of the sky deck, planter boxes that would be maintained by the owners at the windows, balconies to the north, and commercial storefront along Scranton Avenue. Again, this is basically standing at the Fairmont Creamery parking lot looking southeast, and it shows the standing seam metal panel system, the green screen, how it will invite tenants to their parking spaces. And then you'll see it starts to turn the corner and wraps up around the building. So the next slide will show you that green screen, if you look at the far left, it continues along the parking lot edge, and it gives some visual buffer to residents at the first floor. This view also shows just the commercial storefront. We are incorporating a green roof on top of the first floor of the commercial space. And I believe the final slide will show a view from the parking lot. Again, this would be commercial tenants' primary entrance, where the green screen continues to have the standing seam metal panel system. And then again, we would have kind of a lighter gray material at the 4th floor of the building up at the balconies to match the planter box system. And I will turn it over to David to discuss some of the landscape strategies.
Sure. So just really quickly on the landscape, this is being designed by Jamie Schwartzberg from Dayru. The basic approach is what we call urban native. So in the sense, urban, choosing plantings that are very tough and resilient to the urban conditions of the site, but native also in the sense of really trying to pick things that are from Northeast Ohio that are layered and interesting and resilient, but really add a kind of soft Lincoln Park quality that Larissa was describing earlier. So if you go to the next slide, the basic approach to the site landscaping is various types of trees. So the trees we're proposing are mostly smaller scale. So you're seeing things like the dwarf tulip poplar, that would be the primary street tree, red buds out in the front along the commercial to add some layering color, multi-stem horse chestnut in some of the beds to add just a bit more color at different times of the year. You're also seeing a series of shrubs that would be layered along those areas. And just to remind, the site plan doesn't show it all entirely, but from the ground floor, we also have that green roof that Larissa pointed out above the commercial, and then all the way up to the planter boxes and the roof deck. And so each one of these plays out as this kind of a separate layer. If you go to the next slide, the shrubs sort of give way to these sort of cliff type plants, the south and east side crevice plantings, as we're calling them, that would hang on to the edges of the building and create a lot of interest layer and color. So that's a quick synopsis of the landscape. You can see in the renderings, it's a major part of the design. So we just wanted to share some thoughts on that. Any questions we can answer?
Commission members, any questions or discussion? Anyone?
I move approval. Downing.
I'll second Paul. I think it looks beautiful. That corner's been vacant for a long time, and I think that'll be a great addition there.
Madam Chair, we have Khalid from Tremont West with his hand raised.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, I just wanted to make a statement before you guys voted. It's not a lot of times that you guys hear my voice and talk with glowing approval of a project, but this project has been through. They participate in our Reaching Lincoln Heights community engagement process. They have been in constant communication with the local, with Tremont West and the local block club, which both have approved of this project. But just all the different pieces to come together that even haven't been discussed. This is an opportunity zone area. They are including some important below market rate units that will be workforce housing. I think that's an important piece of this project, along with just the contextual things that they've done with the site to make it better for the look at and for the tenants. So I just wanted to say that before you guys continue with the vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The Councilman Slife has his hand raised.
Sure.
Thank you. Certainly not standing in the way of the motion, but just a comment. I had mentioned this to Director Collier. This is a general comment, not specific to this project, but I had mentioned this to Director Collier a few weeks ago. Often we see these landscaping plans and they all look beautiful, but they also incorporate trees within the tree lawn. And I can tell you one of the top calls I get as a council member relates to city trees in tree lawns. And I would be interested in getting a kind of a special presentation from our urban forestry division so we can understand how they regulate trees in the tree lawn, how they care for them, how they approve what gets planted there. Because ultimately my understanding is whatever gets planted in that area, it becomes the responsibility of the city. And I want us to fully get that out as we're kind of looking at that as part of our landscaping plan moving forward. So that's just an idea that I have, and hopefully we can schedule something like that in the not too distant future.
Okay, I think that's a good idea, to really get more across the city, so.
I made a note of that in the motion, on the motion form here as a reminder to schedule that conversation. It'll probably be a special presentation to the Planning Commission.
And before we vote, I'd like to say also, I think this is just a, kind of excellent piece of architecture, and, really, really wonderfully detailed. So thank you. I know Sustainable Communities is great work. So thank you. We can vote.
Okay. You guys, motions and seconded?
We did.
Okay, Bowen.
He's recused himself.
Yes, okay. Downey.
Yes.
Fluker.
Yes.
Curry.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes.
Slife.
Yes.
Okay, approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you're welcome.
Northeast Design Review, Wade Park Townhomes, new construction. Who's here to present this? We're gonna need to swear you in.
We have Hannah from Connecticut.
Michael David is here, Anna Cohen is here, and Christina should be here as well.
If you could raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as you shall answer under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
I do.
Okay, great.
All right.
Start us off.
I'll kick us off. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, commission members. I wanted to provide you with a little bit of introductory remarks before turning it over to Hannah. The Wade Park Townhomes, which will be renamed Lakeview Commons going forward, are 36-unit townhome development located on the corner of Lakeview and Wade Park, on what was the former parking lot for the Huff Bakery, which is located on the other side of Lakeview. The project is one piece of Kinez's larger investment in the Glenville neighborhood, which includes single-family homes, an 18-unit townhome development, which is currently being ready for construction, as well as rehabilitation and repurposing of the Huff Bakery. We believe this project, along with our greater investment in Glenville, promotes several of the city planning and land use development goals, including creating high-density mixed-use districts, providing diverse housing types, and also allowing for high-density development to promote transit. Just a little background as far as procedural, we did receive approval from Block Club as well as Northeast Design Review. Planning Commission, we were before you and received schematic approval as well as approval for townhome use in a 2-family district. In addition to Block Club support, we also have the support of Councilman Conwell as well as Famicos Foundation. So with that little bit of background, I will turn it over to Hannah to go through some of the details.
Thank you. Maurice, could you please go to the next slide? Sure. So this is just a recap at our project site. You can see, next slide, at the corner of Lakeview and Wade Park, as Mike mentioned. It is a very long new site, which drove our site plan. Next slide.
Excuse me real quick. Whoever has, if you're not speaking, please mute your microphone. It's very distracting. We're having a lot of background noise.
These are some context photos to show the surrounding buildings. You can see it's a mix of residential towards commercial with the Huff Bakery building in the top left corner. Next slide. These are photos particularly of our site. You can see it is also adjacent to an elevated railroad track line. Next slide.
Can we go to the site plan, please, Maurice?
It's up on my screen.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry, I must have a little bit of a lag.
Delay.
This is our site plan. It is similar to, thank you. Our site plan for a 36-unit townhome development. It is similar to the last time you saw it for schematic approval. I'll just recap some of the changes that we made for that. And then since then, we have studied and re-aggregated the units so that they provide more green space for the residents. We've shrunk the footprint of the southern units so that, again, we have more of open space at the southern portion of the site. We've also removed a unit fronting on Lakeview to allow for a large shared green space and to open up the view shed into the site specifically from Lakeview. We've spent a lot of time studying the pedestrian circulation, and we have added side porches on some of the rear units to increase visibility to that part of the site from Wade Park. We have pedestrian paths that are clearly marked, and anywhere that those pedestrian paths intersect with the drive lane will be a stamped concrete, so it will be visually different. We have also, since our last presentation of the Planning Commission, incorporated a stamped concrete walk along the garage side of the southern unit. So if pedestrians are walking in the drive lane, there's a clear place for them to be. We've made a couple tweaks also in response to our recent design review proposal. We have studied and revised the window patterning a bit, as well as darkening the color of the windows to match with the red brick that we're proposing, which you'll see a little bit later in the presentation. We've also studied some of the site furnishings, and we have a landscape plan that you will see along with those site furnishings later in the presentation. Christina Schmitz is our architect, so I'm going to let her take you through the building elevations, renderings, and materials.
Okay, thank you. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this is the front elevation for our typical brick units that are along Wade Park. Continue moving forward. Typical side elevations, you can see the brick wraps for about 15 feet on the side, and then it transitions to siding. Hold on 1 second, please. Okay, go ahead and move forward, please. This is a typical 4-unit building along Wade Park Avenue. So each unit has a variety of window configurations. And this is the side view of the corner unit along Lakeview Avenue. So this is the larger unit. These are the elevations of the rear sided units that face the railroad tracks. Inside the side elevation. So you can see that there's a covered front porch along some of the units that face the open green spaces. And typical rear elevations. And this is a 3D view of what that corner at Lakeview or Wade Park Avenue and Lakeview Road would look like. This is a view along Wade Park Avenue, kind of showing how the drive aligns with the green space. And also you can see that side porch that kind of brings a line of sight from the back units to the front. And this is a view looking into the courtyard from Wade Park, from Lakeview Avenue. And another view of those rear units, the side porch. We also included a site section to kind of show the relationship from our front unit on the right side, the rear unit, and the elevated railroad track. And the photos above kind of show some examples of linear, urban, but park-like kind of pathways. And these are our materials we are using. We have the red brick on the front units. The back units have siding, which will be a mix of vertical siding and lap siding. The windows on the front units are going to be a tan color against the brick, and we are going to use white on the rear units. Go ahead and move forward. And this is our site lighting plan. You can see the red dots indicate the full lighting, and the half circle blue dots are wall lights, and all of these lights will be on photo cells that will automatically go on. Each front door will also have a light that will be controlled by the homeowner. And the photos are some of the site furnishings. And here's our landscape plan. We have a row of arborvitae along the railroad tracks, and go ahead to the next slide. I think it gives a better visual of all the landscaping. The top row are all the trees we are proposing. The middle row are all the shrubs, and the bottom row are all the perennials. Go ahead and move forward. And these are typical floor plans. So this would be first floor off of the front units on Wade Park. Main living space on the second floor, and bedrooms on the third floor. Go ahead. And roof deck above. This is a typical corner unit. It has a larger living space on the corner unit on the first floor. Main living still on the second floor. Bedrooms on the third floor. The roof decks. And the rear units, they do have a smaller footprint. So the first floor is really just an entry with a stair going up. Main living on the second floor. The footprint gets a little larger because we're cantilevering over the drive. And bedrooms on the third floor with a penthouse above. And roof deck. So with that, we can open it up to any questions.
Members, any questions?
Sure. I appreciate your adding the stamped concrete walk. I truly believe there should be one mirrored on the other side. I mean, we all have kids, we all have folks. I think defining a path on both sides will help create a safe zone. I mean, you know, we can't think that people are going to not have kids, or just a pedestrian in general. I think it'll help define a path on both sides. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Walk across the drive to feel like I'm safe? I think that would go a long way, in my opinion. Thank you.
Anyone else?
We have no hands raised.
Does someone want to make a motion?
I move approval, Downing.
Second, Paul.
Motion second, further discussion?
This is Lillian. I just say I'm going to vote no. I do appreciate a lot of the accommodations you have made in terms of more room against the railroad. But going forward, I just believe there should be doors on the, also where the garages are. And I know that you weren't willing to reconfigure the units for that, but going forward, I don't want to see many more of these typologies with no front doors, so on the rear. So I'm just going to vote no, but I do appreciate all the changes you've made.
Okay. Call the roll, please.
Bowen.
Yes.
Downing.
Yes.
Hooker.
No.
Curry.
No.
Hall,
Yes.
and Schleif.
Yes.
Okay, motion approved. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
The next is Smartland Building Signage. Who's here for that?
Yes, good morning. Stephen Guess is here on behalf of Smartland.
Okay, I'd like to swear you in, please. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as you shall answer under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yes, hi, good morning. Thank you for taking the time. We are seeking approval for a permit approval for some signage, final approval on signage. And to add context, I'd like to begin with some of the neighboring properties. So we're located at 14100 Lakeshore in the North Collinwood area. Councilman Polensek has supported our plan for this signage and permit. I believe he submitted it to the council either earlier this week or just recently within the last few days. So I would like to begin with the immediate adjacent property located at the corner of 140th and Lakeshore. Currently, it's an abandoned property. We have been attempting to communicate with the current owners to, either increase or help impact the community in a more positive way. Currently, as it stands, this property is abandoned and maintains to be abandoned with no future plans. And the current ownership is quite apprehensive to go into discussions in a potential sale to us to help increase the community value, and the corner being, I think, a pretty vibrant corner that it can be, and has a lot of potential with its beautiful views of the lake. The sewer district is immediately north of this site, and they do a phenomenal job maintaining across the street from us. If you can please move on to the next slide. Again, to build more context, this property again is immediately our neighboring property of the apartment building that we own and manage. This is the rear of the property, which makes it very difficult to attract new residents. The property is geared for workforce housing. These are not premium units that we have at our building. They are premium in nature as far as context of what the interiors look like. However, they're at market rate or below. And our whole goal here has always been to maintain and not displace the local community, and offer them something that is affordable and something that they can be proud of. Previously, 14100 Lakeshore was not well maintained. We acquired the property approximately 2 years ago, and we've made astronomical improvements there. And so if you can please move on to the next slide. This is the property adjacent to the abandoned property right at 140th and Lakeshore, what is called or referred to as Bratnall Kitchen. Typically, this property is also poorly maintained, does not present well. It has, dilapidated kind of used car lot flags that I would like to call them, along a barbed wire fence. So it's very unsightly and really detracts from our whole goal and mission for the community in improving not only the community, but also the resident life in that area. If you can please move on to the next slide. Again, these are adjacent properties located either right next door or abutting 14100 Lakeshore Breakwater Tower. These properties are city owned and are supposed to be city maintained. Typically what we find is that they're grossly underserved. They're not being maintained. We have to make frequent calls with requests to either have the lots mowed or cleaned up. A photo here, is an exemplary photo of a recent one I just took maybe like a month ago, where, people are just dumping things on the site. We have done, huge work there, and we would like to see the site continue to improve. There has been some demolition, which we are near the property, which we're so grateful for and thankful. to the city to be doing that, as we feel that, again, this really impacts resident life and the community and helps increase the potential in the area. We think it's a wonderful and beautiful area, and 14100 Lakeshore offers 6 floors of sweeping lake views. This view here is another adjacent property. If you notice, there's abandoned vehicles and, again, poorly maintained lots, which again detract from, I think, our core mission, which is, again, allowing for market rate or below market rate workforce housing, and mitigating, this kind of activity in the area. We're very proud of what we've done there. Actually, this is the upper corner. We're looking at the east elevation, and actually in that east elevation, right there, right around our Smartland sign, we've installed an EV car charging station. We have a municipal bike station that's accessible for the entire community biking through, as we have a bike lane there on Lakeshore, which is awesome. We're big proponents of, not only EV, but offering the community things that they can utilize along the path. So it's one of those, vertical bike repair stations. And these are some of the small things, but we think they're huge to help improve and impact, the immediate area. And we were hoping that we would be the catalyst for the adjacent properties to kind of take notice and also begin to improve the status and I guess, the historical view that maybe some other people have of the area. We have many professionals that are occupying our building now that before would not even consider. We have a half a dozen doctors that reside in our property that work at the Cleveland Clinic, or UH, which again is a big change from where we were before when we acquired it. This is the east elevation along Lakeshore and 142nd that we're looking at on the screen. And if you could please move on to the next slide. This is a technical drawing of what we're looking to get a permit on. It's a 64-foot Smartland sign. The reason why we think it brings a nice modern view and appeal, and again, further, as we get through more of the slides, we'll be able to kind of discuss. It's a Sherwin-Williams exterior grade paint. The artist actually that had done this was Chad Fedorovich, which earlier in the morning session is one of the artists that's participating in the mural work throughout the city. So, it's one of the notable artists that you guys had discussed earlier. I apologize. I don't remember the gentleman's name that introduced him. I believe it was Lillian, if I'm not mistaken. Next slide, please. This is the satellite view of the 14100 Lakeshore Breakwater Tower. This view shows you kind of, again, a better view of what's happening here. You'll see in the upper northeast corner, there's a little dot that says Charge Point Charging Station. This is a Google mapped station, so it's available to the public and to our residents. We offer all of our residents free EV car charging station, EV car charging. So, we really are big promoters of it. We believe that there's no way to get, the future is probably somewhat in the EV, and there's no way to attract residents with that into the community if you don't have that. Along with that, if you could please move on to the next slide. This is a better rendering. Actually, that's Chad at the bottom corner. We had a beautiful rainbow that day overlooking our property. We have an 8th floor sky deck, also a lounge for the residents, and we'll go over that, and I'll show you in a slide or two what that's about. We will be redoing the landscaping, and we will be presenting a landscaping plan to the design review district, along with whatever appropriate council that we have to go through as part of our effort to continue to improve the area and improve the and just improve resident life. You know, we wanted to do something again more modern, something that really shows off, you know, that we're a new modern building, that we want people to be proud of it, and we're very proud of it. We've replaced the front lot. We've also done some additional signage in the lot that has been approved and permitted. Please move on to the next slide. We have a new monument sign. We've added new signage in the front promoting, you know, future resident parking to mitigate some of the, you know, so that way there's not just banged up cars. Sometimes, you know, you'll find that we really are looking to increase not necessarily value, but aesthetic value of the area. We restriped it, we redid the lot. We're going to be redoing the rear lot for the residents. So, you know, we've been placing a big investment into the area. We're very big believers. We made it a pet-friendly community. And if you could please go on to the next slide. With the installation of a fairly large pet park in what was previously just an empty lot. So it's available to the residents. You know, we went ahead and it's all about making it friendlier, brighter, more beautiful. And again, if you look to the south of that, you'll see that large brown building in the rear, you know, it remains not only a hazard, but it is an uphill battle to attract either new residents or, you know, maintaining residents. So we have done everything possible to kind of deter them from viewing that as a obstacle of living at Breakwater. And as I referenced earlier, we have 3 elevations that are absolutely stunning views of the lake, and you know, offer residents balconies and things of that nature. Please go ahead. Next slide. Just to give you a feel for what it looks like inside and why we want to kind of tie all of this together. This is the new modern resident office where we welcome our residents, where we have a full-time staffer there to welcome them, to speak with them if they need something. We also have a porter service inside of the building that helps elderly residents or younger residents of any age, or that if they need assistance with bringing their groceries up to the car, if they need assistance with carrying boxes or any type of assistance they need, they have a full-time porter in the building that assists with them. We've also installed new LED lighting throughout inside and outside to increase security and safety for our residents, along with you know, new modern cameras and things of that nature, so people have a better sense of safety and security, considering the adjacent properties that are not so pleasant. Please move on to the next slide. This is kind of where we began. This was the entry point of where residents began their day or routine in life. You could see it was a bit grungy. And again, just wanted to add context to what we're about and what we want people to feel, and we want them to feel better. And, you know, as we've brightened the space, it seems like we've brightened people's lives. And we have a lot of feedback from the, what I like to call the, residents that came with the building. We've really impacted them positively to where they say how proud they are to invite their friends, how proud they are to show off the building, how proud they are to invite them in. Whereas before, you know, many, when we arrived, they didn't have that feeling or emotion, and they were a bit, you know, either embarrassed or because of the poor management and lack of investment into the building. So what we've done here is we've installed resilient epoxy floors throughout all 7 floors. So we've removed the carpet and kind of that, gross smells that go into it and that accumulate over the years. So please move on to the next slide. These are the typical units. This is not just like one unit example as the model. This is the standard within the property. So I believe we're at like 90% of our occupied units are in this condition with new kitchens, all the legacy residents that were there. That was the term that I was looking for. Also, we did not displace them. We were not seeking to increase their rents dramatically to remove them. Quite opposite. We wanted to just improve their living condition and retain them. And so we've renovated their occupied units and did not request them to leave or be removed from the property. On the contrary, we wanted to preserve that and show them that, they're worth it, they deserve it. There should be no reason why they cannot have modern amenities. And those modern amenities in the suites also include Alexas and Nest thermostats and USB outlets. So this is kind of, as I said, we want to give them the whole feeling, not just in pieces or in piecemeal. Please move on to the next slide. These are the common hallways that used to be, very underlit. We've increased the lighting, redid the flooring. We did new numbers. It's hard to tell in this photo. We've installed new digital locks for all the residents, making it easier for them to access. New signage on the fronts of the doors. Just throughout, again, just impact. We feel that every piece matters, and so we're trying to tie it all together. Please move on to the next slide. And this is the 8th floor Sky Lounge.
Move a little quicker because we have other matters that we got to get to, and we're going to lose the quorum. Okay, great, thanks.
Sure. So this is the final slide. This is the resident community area, which offers 270 degrees views, 8th floor. It's accessible to the residents. It's free of charge. Again, we wanted to build a sense of community for them and for them to feel proud of where they live. Thank you.
Thank you. Commission members.
I have a question. Can you clarify what we're actually voting on?
The signage, the permit for the Smartland signage on the outside of it.
Hello, this is Sharonda Watley. I'm the neighborhood planner. I'd like to add some additional context if I may.
Sure.
Hi. The Smartland presented this signage to the Northeast Design Review Committee on April 2nd, 2019. It was part of a fuller package of signage for their site, which included a monument sign as well as a temporary banner sign. The committee voted to approve the temporary banner sign and the monument sign, but voted to recommend disapproval for the Smartland sign on the side of the building. They cited concerns about the precedent that this might create in the community for the excessive signage, and then also for asking for a retroactive approval after the signage was installed. And also, another thing that I wanted to point out was that there has been some code enforcement activity, which led to some court action, which is also what is prompting this additional retroactive appeal and review of the Smartland sign. The sign plan that Smartland has submitted notes that the sign dimensions are 6 feet by 64 feet. And as you can tell in the image that's on the screen, it is a very large sign and it is excessive signage for this entire site. And then the last thing that I wanted to clarify is that we have had multiple rounds of communication with Smartland. One point of confusion was whether or not this signage was a mural installation. I believe that they were under the impression that this would be considered art. And so once we were able to clarify that, we did try to proceed with Smartland to get them to go through the design and review process. And so that is one of the reasons why we are here today to get some final decisioning on this signage. Thank you.
Sharonda, thank you very much for the clarity. Yes, I was not able to articulate that as well as you. Thank you.
So if this sign is up and it is painted, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So it's already up. Okay. I thought that was a rendering. Okay, gotcha.
What are we voting on again? I'm not really clear either at this point.
This sign right here.
The retroactive approval, or he is also wanting to appeal the denial, the recommendation of denial from the Design Review Committee.
So he's not asking for permission. He's asking for forgiveness.
So if it's a denial, is it a removal?
Yeah, if we were to deny this, I believe that the building department would have to get involved. Let me just say a couple of things about this. From my understanding, this was put up with the assumption that it would be some type of a public art element. Even if it was a public art element, it would have to go through design review. So I guess we're chalking this up as you didn't know any better. However, given the fact that the sign is up, they're now trying to go through the appropriate process for this approval. If the Planning Commission denies the proposal, the building department would have to get involved. They would have to address it because they don't have the proper approvals for this.
Can I ask a question? Who's the sign company who painted it? And were they aware that they need, I mean, most sign companies know. So who was the sign company?
Yeah, we just had an artist that, as I mentioned, was referenced earlier in the meeting. And I guess, he was not aware and neither were we. So that's kind of where we stand.
What was his or her name?
Sure, it was Chad Fedorovich.
And to that point, myself, as well as Shannon Leonard, as well as Tara Petrus, did have a conversation with the muralist to just to kind of clarify and to make sure he wasn't in a situation like this again.
So what is it, a sign or a mural? I'm confused.
It is a sign. It's a sign.
So with signage, there's zoning requirements, there's all types of things. So you're asking us to prove something that we don't know is legal. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, keep in mind, Mr. Chairman, the Planning Commission has the right to deviate from the sign code and be less restrictive or more restrictive as it sees fit. And that's part of the code.
Mr. Chairman, we have Kim Scott with her hand raised.
Go ahead, Kim.
Okay, I just want to point out that this gentleman, Mr. Gesses, has another property on East 55th at Payne with the same type of mural on the side of that building or sign on the side of that building, along with a mural that never went through any kind of process. And as much as we have communicated with him and met with him face to face, I don't know. There's some conflicting opinions of what this actually is. So I just wanted to add that point.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would say to the applicant, I think there's an appreciation for what you're trying to do to improve this building. This building has been there for decades, obviously. And the condition was not stellar, but you guys are making improvements. But there are processes associated with, doing things externally to your structure. Also appreciate the fact of, trying to get a little local artists and, do things that are somewhat inspiring, but, there are processes. To the Planning Commission, course of action that you could take is you can either, make a decision on this sign on its merits, with an approval that will allow them to continue on, even though they've made the step already, or you'd be in a position where you would, vote to not approve the sign for whatever aesthetic or code reasons that you would deem, and that's just where it is. But the actual decision is the sign itself, or what's considered.
Applicant, what the actual cost of the mural was and what the artist fee was?
You know what? I'm sorry, I don't have that information with me. I cannot recollect.
Approximately, it's fine. Approximately how much it cost and how much you paid the artist?
I remotely cannot even remember. But I can certainly check. I'm sorry.
How long ago was it painted?
It's probably been about a year now.
I mean, you don't have a ballpark of what it cost?
I truly just do not remember. It's not I was not prepared for that question.
Have you guys done this before?
I'm sorry, in what aspect?
Have you guys done anything like this before, any other property or anything that you have in the city of Cleveland?
Yes, we have one other building that has a similar sign, but not as tall.
Has it been going through any process of approval, do you know?
They were installed at the same time, so we just did not understand that process.
What's the address of that property?
I'm sorry?
What's the address of that property?
Sure, it's 4925 Payne Avenue.
That's the one that Kim referred to.
Yeah.
This is Diane Downing. I'm going to move to disapprove.
I'm going to, Paul.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, we did have Kim Scott with her hand raised again, and also Shannon Leonard. I don't know, and Tara Petras. I don't know if any of them needed to make an additional comment.
Okay.
So that was accidental for me. No, I don't need to make any other comment. Thank you.
Tara?
I don't have any further comment. I do remember meeting with him and also meeting with Chad regarding the incorporation of business names into murals do automatically requalify them as signage, even if it's artistic signage. So Chad has worked with us on and come before the commission since then and been very cooperative with adhering to the ordinances. So I would consider this to be a sign, but again, at the point that that was done, I know for a fact that Chad was not aware, and I do not believe the applicant was aware at that time. Yeah, that's a picture of the other one that Chad did. And it looks like a mural, but then you see Smartland incorporated in there, so.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may just put something out to the Planning Commission. I think the issue here for us is the guerrilla style of approach that has been taken. If in fact we deny it, are we denying it based on the aesthetic concerns, or is it because the process was inappropriately handled? So those are the things that I think are relevant that we need to make sure that we're clear on. Because if it's with respect to process, and they go back to building and housing, they have them, take it down or whatever the case may be, but there's a comfort level with what the illustration is, those are two different, types of situations. If it's an aesthetic thing and they're denied, they can come back with a different proposal. So those are two things that I like for the commission to, consider. I'm kind of at a level of frustration with, in fact, someone doing things and not going through the appropriate procedures. And, I'm going to take them at their word that, they may have not known which track to go down with respect to public art, et cetera. And given the fact that there has been some conversations, would make me think that there was an attempt to try to do the right thing. So I know that complicates matters, but I just want you guys to just kind of consider that entire context. But whatever you decide, we will have to subsequently, take the next steps to address this.
Well, and I could say I have public art in my building that I look at, and it kind of came in, it was halfway done. It wasn't completely done, but the artist came in the Planning Commission, finally got approval. So, I mean, the imagery doesn't bother me at all, especially where it's located, but, I'm just the chairman. I can't make a motion or second, and we do have a motion and a second, so.
Yeah, my motion to second was based on both the, as in your words, Director, the guerrilla style, but also the aesthetics. I think it, without the proper approvals before putting something up that bold, it's clearly not as subtle as the other one that was done, but nonetheless, it's pretty bold.
I think the issue with both of them for me is that if I was an adjacent property owner and I saw that this got an approval, I would want to do the same thing, right? Or the building at Payne a little bit like it's actually a historic structure. And even though I'm okay with the mural on the side of it, I'm not okay with that without getting approval on any other what look like historic structures. So I think that's for me what the real issue is that if you're an adjacent property owner or your property owner who requests this, we will be in a really tough position where we will have to say why this versus every other property that has a wall of this size with the name of their business on it.
Yeah, I don't know that we're in that tough of a position, because if the property owner next door that his building's getting ready to fall down came to us and said they wanted to paint something like this on their building, we would just say no. And this isn't a precedent to set, because this is different than their building. It's out of context, it's for a specific reason, it's done by an artist. So we can still deny another building. I don't think we have a problem with that, but.
We still have Shannon Leonard wishing to make a comment.
Shannon?
Yeah, Shannon Leonard, City Planning. So this isn't a multifamily residential district. So when this first came through the application process initially with the monument sign, the wall sign, and the temporary sign, it is vastly over the amount of signage permitted in a multifamily residential district. And so if it was not in a design review district, they would need a variance. So it's vastly over the amount of signage permitted. So if that's just something for you guys to consider, I just wanted to let you all know.
Thanks, Shannon. That was my point.
Thank you, Shannon. That's helpful. Yeah, that's very
Now
helpful.
that you've opened up the can of worms, I take offense to the sign on East 55th, because if you look at what it's saying, it's telling you to go everywhere except for staying in the neighborhood. So I just wanted, if you want to make, I have a problem with that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. So are we done?
Mr. Fluker, I would disagree. You know, we wanted to highlight at 55th the how close you are to things within that neighborhood, and how accessible you are to more active areas in a pretty depressed area when we began there.
But you know what? You don't want to get into this conversation, because we're talking about equity here. And for a white person to tell people to leave this neighborhood doesn't set well for me. So I think we should leave it there, in my opinion.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It seems very misguided where you began to take it.
Harris.
No, but it does. You're in an African-American neighborhood, and you're telling everybody to leave and go a mile and a quarter someplace else. You don't get that? You don't get that?
No, we wanted to highlight how close you are to Gordon Square for people to be attracted to the area.
Okay.
Or how close you are to Tremont, or how close you are to the clinic, or how close you are to Cleveland State.
Okay.
I strongly disagree with you.
Well,
Okay.
it's illegal, so you can't have it up there. That's the problem.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public part of it, and I'm going to call the question. So, Freddie, will you read the roll again?
Bowen.
Yes.
Downey.
Yes.
Fluker.
Yes.
Curry. Paul.
Yes.
Life.
Yes.
And this is for the denial, correct?
Correct. Okay, let's move on to East Design Review. Renovation of a two-story mixed-use building, seeking final approval. This is at 5401 Fleet.
Looks like we have Tiffany and Anthony.
Tiffany and Anthony, if you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer under the penalty of perjury?
You're muted. Tiffany and Anthony. There you go.
And Maurice, Nicole, and Marilyn Malinsky are here too for this case.
Okay.
And Tony Brancatelli.
And Tony. So Nicole says, yes, I agree.
Marilyn says yes.
Tony says yes.
So who's presenting? Did they say yes? Anthony?
Tiffany and Anthony.
Did they say yes, and where are they?
Any text them and make sure they're back on it. They didn't fall asleep.
They are online, but it's not hearing anything. They're unmuted. Now they're muted. Unmuted.
They have 3 kids. The kids probably have them duct taped to the kitchen table by now.
I also have an exclamation point over their name, so they may be having connectivity issues. Can somebody else proceed with
let's proceed.
The presentation?
Yeah, can someone proceed with the presentation?
Marilyn, could you go forward, please?
Yep, I can. Hi, everyone. Marilyn Oshinsky, Slavic Village Development Business Officer. So to give you some back tense on this, Slavic Village did bring this building to y'all for demolition because it was in such bad condition. Anthony and Tiffany did come to us and said, hey, we're interested in buying the building, doing some restoration to it. So we're excited to see that they were able to want to restore this building into its glory. And a little bit of background too is Judge Pianka of Happy Memory wanted this building to be preserved. So we're thrilled to see this happening. Anthony and Tiffany both are residents of the neighborhood. They own a historic home on East 69th. Are you guys there?
Yeah. We just called in on the phone, so I just want to confirm you can hear us.
Yep, I'll let you go.
There. Sorry. Thank you so much, Marilyn. Apologize. Okay.
Hang on.
I'm not sure why it's not working now.
It's working.
We can hear you.
You can hear us, right?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
I
good.
fixed it on a computer.
Okay.
How I fixed it, I don't know.
My apologies, everyone. I know this has been a long meeting so far. So yeah, this building had been formally kind of put on the demolition list. We wanted to purchase a building in the neighborhood where we've lived for 10 years now. We live a couple blocks away, just off of Fleet Avenue. And we do art, we do construction, we do furniture building for a workshop in the neighborhood that we call home and where we raise our family. And so when this space came available, it was really what we were looking for. It's a really big eyesore for the community. And so we knew it would be a massive project. And we purchased it in September 2018. We began the kind of work of the clean out, filled, I don't know, a dozen dumpsters of trash, debris, and doing the clean out inside. We stabilized the building and have the first floor currently operational as a workshop for maker and for construction storage. So our next step now in the process, why we're here today, is we're doing the windows and the siding, all of the exterior work. And so what we've got going on, our scope of work, it's a 8,000 square foot building. The footprint of the building is 4,000. It is home for our businesses. The parking, there is, because we won't be doing retail or anything major, there is plenty of street parking that we feel like is sufficient for this site. The windows, we will be using Energy Star rated windows. Here's our rendering here. The difference between our rendering and what our final is that we will have double hung windows on the second floor there, except for on the turret. We're going with the casement windows. They're Marvin windows. They're fiberglass, black on black color. The storefront windows are Quaker
Aluminum,
tempered glass. The siding is a gray steel siding. It's a
standing seam.
Standing seam siding is originally a roofing material. You can see if you move forward in the slides, the product. well, I guess I could go one by one. So here's the south elevation from Fleet Avenue, our proposal. Again, the only difference here will be the double hung except for on the turret. And then from the east design review, the recommendation we had is that we might use a brighter color for the doors. There's the west elevation. Okay, so here's our product selection. For the first half of the building on the south elevation and partial on the west, the storefront section will be a black paint. It's a wood panel with a decorative molding using this black paint. Here is the steel siding, which is majority of the building. It'll be slate gray. And here's the product selection. As I described, these are the Marvin Windows product description. You can keep going. Go ahead. These are the Quaker windows, the storefront windows, City Line series. Again, all of the trims are black on black. Okay. So, and then the turret is a vertical wood siding.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you. Nice presentation. Commission members, questions?
I move approval, Downing.
Second, Fluker.
You don't have to talk. I have just a question. The front door that's in the front that's operable is operable, correct? On the corner?
Yes, it's operable.
I only wonder if you'd be able to
both corners on the southwest section and the southeast section.
I mean, I don't want to get into design, but I wonder if it would make sense to have the door be a different color so that people know where the door is.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Lillian. That is what the piece design, that was the one recommendation that was made, and that is something we will be considering, a brighter, more kind of vibrant color for both doors.
Okay, thank you.
We do have Councilman Brancatelli with his hand raised. I'm not sure if you wanted to.
Hey, Anthony.
Hi, yes, thank you very much. Just did go through local design review, and it's a wonderful project. Want to commend the Andrellis for making this commitment and the efforts that they're doing. And we're excited to support this project. And it's going to be an amazing transformation of a building that was sadly left for dead. So I want to thank them for their efforts and appreciate their investment.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Tony.
All right, I'll call the question. Can you call the roll, please? Freddie?
You're muted, Director Collier.
I was muted. I'm sorry. Both.
Yes.
Downey.
Yes.
Fluker.
Yes.
Curry.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes.
Slife.
Yes.
Okay, motion approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Great
Thank you.
project, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one is growing youth signage. This is at 12534 Kinsman. Who's here for this one?
We have Aldo.
Hello, everybody. This is Aldo from BNext Design.
Aldo, I need to swear
Yes.
you in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as you shall answer under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yes, this project is, we're redoing the signs for the former signs that were before for Brownstown of Teeny Tots. We're redoing the signs. The wall sign, the elevation is, the height of the sign is 36 inches by 192 inches. It's gonna be constructed with a 1x1 welded frame attached to the fascia. And then we're gonna mount aluminum sheets, laminated with printing vinyl, laminated, and it'll have a molding that's gonna be all the way around. So there's no fastening shown. The previous sign had the same above the roof line. If you guys, I don't know if you guys saw the previous sign. I took a picture. I can show you guys if you guys want to see it. It's actually, it's my phone. This is the previous sign. It was actually larger, higher above the roof line. That's the building sign. The second sign that we're redoing is the existing monument sign. The monument sign, we're redoing the face of both sides. Also with aluminum panel. It's gonna be printed and laminated against any fading for down the road. So these are very nice, durable materials. And also we have some graphics that we're proposing, some characters. That's the monument sign. And also we have some graphics that we're gonna be applying to the windows. But that's gonna be a second proposal down the road.
Commission member?
We have Marka Fields with her hand raised.
Go ahead.
This is a project that did go to the design review committee. We're bringing it before you because of the fact that it exceeds what the code allows. According to the code 35008, in the signage code, it says that the sign cannot extend above the roof. So it requires planning commission approval. It did go to design review recommended approval. It's basically replacing another sign that was there that was part of a storefront renovation program. You can see it's the one at the top. And so they got a little bit above the roof line as well and was approved. And so they recommended approval as well for this.
Well, and I would also say it wouldn't be legible if it was at the roof line.
Yeah.
Right.
I move approval, Downing.
I'll second Slife.
We have a motion second, further discussion.
Okay.
Call the roll, please.
Bowen.
Thank you. Yes.
Downing.
Yes.
Fluker.
Yes.
Curry.
I think she left.
Curry has, Lillian has left.
Okay. Paul.
Yes.
Slife.
Yes.
Motion approved. Thank you.
Good luck. Downtown Flats design review. Flats platform tennis.
We have Kent
Who's
Whitley.
here for this one?
Kent Whitley.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as you shall answer under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, buddy. Have at it.
Hey, Board Chair, thank you. Commission members, thank you for having me again. Just want to tell you a little bit about the Cleveland Platform Tennis Foundation. It was founded to advance platform tennis growth and development in Northeast Ohio by introducing the game to Cleveland area youth. We want to increase public access and awareness to support meaningful lifelong engagement in the sport and to encourage a cross-generational social environment. For those of you that don't know, platform tennis is all on the east side. There's one court on the west side. So we want to bring it downtown and create some excitement in the city, down in the flats. We are a tenant of the Cleveland Rowing Foundation. They've leased out about a little under 11,000 square feet of land to us on their property. Can we go to the next slide, please? This is the site. We're up in the upper northeast corner. Next slide, please. Now this is the site looking southwest. Next slide. The site itself. Next slide. The site looking east, hard east. Next slide. Site looking north. Next slide. And the site looking southwest. And the site looking hard east again. Next slide. This is the site plan of the site. As you can see in the western part is the Cleveland Rowing Foundation. We're up in the northeast corner, as you can see. Next slide, please. Site plan, next slide. This is actual floor plan with the courts, with the entry from the west, going into the paddle warming hut. Next slide, please. This is just drawings of the actual court, what the court looks like. Next slide, please. The elevations of the wires that goes up. You can play the ball off the wires in paddle tennis. Next slide, please. Then now you start to look at the elevations, asphalt roof, cementous, hardy plank siding, nice nano wall that we're going to have that we're going to try to keep open in the summertime to create some excitement. Next slide, please. Sections through the warming hut. Next slide, please. This is the signage. We've decided to go with the orange sign in the upper right-hand corner. The last approval, they like the orange as well. That's what we're going to go with as far as platform tennis sign. Next slide, please. This is the elevation looking at the site from the looking northeast. Next slide. Another shot. Next slide. Next slide. The overall facility. Next slide. From the courts. Next slide. From the inside. Thank you. That is the presentation.
Thank you. Commission members?
I move approval, Downing.
Second, Fluker.
Well, we have a motion in 2 seconds. That's pretty good. Further discussion?
I think this looks great.
Great.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Bowen.
Yes.
Downing.
Yes.
Fluker.
Yes.
Fluker. Fluker.
Yes.
Paul.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good weekend. Okay.
You too.
Moving on to Lee Ground Transportation Center. New construction. Who's here for that?
Looks like we have Todd here.
Who?
Todd.
Mayor, do I need to swear myself in?
Yeah, I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as you shall answer under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Great. So we are at the Cleveland Hopkins Airport. This is the Ground Transportation Center. And what that is going to be is the area where they have all the shuttle buses that take you to the hotels or other parking lots around the airport campus. Next slide, please. So I'm sure we're all aware where the airport is within the city of Cleveland. This particular site is going to be between the main terminal and the red and blue lot parking lots. It's referred to as the yellow lot right now. It previously it housed the same shuttle service for the buses. Next slide, please. So this is showing kind of the site context where there's a pedestrian connection from the red lot that we need to maintain to the main baggage claim area. There's a checkpoint to the airfield, the top there that we need to maintain, as well as parking to there's a small VIP parking lot that's underneath the bridge that ramps up to the ticketing level that we need to maintain as well. Next slide, please. Again, these are some of the existing images of the airport of this specific area to give some additional context. Next slide, please. And these are the utilities that we have to work around. Some of these buildings, the gas house, pump house that are kind of next to the red lot, those are going to be removed. There's a guardhouse that allows secure entrance into this yellow lot. That's going to be relocated. And then the loading dock that will be filled in no longer used as a loading dock. Next slide, please. So this is the configuration that we have for the ground transportation center. The facility will house 11 bays for the shuttle buses. They will enter in off of the right of the drawing there. That's a primary road. Traffic will be diverted left or right around the guardhouse. Traffic that goes to the airfield, that'll have its own secure checkpoint from the guardhouse. That'll be cleared to go to the airfield. Traffic not going to the airfield will be directed towards the left. There'll be a license plate reader that scans the vehicles coming through and gives them access through a secure gate. The vehicles that will be using this facility will be shuttle buses, but also limousines, some VIP parking. It's again located at the bottom left-hand corner, as well as parking for the employees who work in the customs agency at the airport. All traffic will be diverted, going straight up and around that teardrop shape at the top of the drawing. These shuttles, there's 3 bays of shuttles. The first one has 4 bays, the second one has 4 bays, and the third one on the bottom is 3. There's a sawtooth design for the these shuttle bays that allows the shuttle bus to pull in parallel with the curb. So there's going to be very little gap between the shuttle and the curb as people get in and out of the shuttles. And the sawtooth allows the shuttle bus to pull straight ahead as opposed to backing out into traffic to move forward. Limousine traffic, they will, as soon as they pass through the security checkpoint, they will make a hard left to get into their lot. And then customs vehicles, they'll access their parking lot from that main driveway on the left. Next slide, please. This shows the canopies that are going to cover the pedestrian canopies as well as the shuttle buses. So that all the canopies cover walkways from the main terminal all the way up to the red lot. There will be canopies, larger canopies that cover the waiting areas for the shuttle buses. Also, what's shown in this drawing is we have a softscape and hardscape. So this whole area right now is covered with concrete. But what we're going to do in the areas that are not needed for driveways or parking, we're going to remove the concrete and replace it with softscape, being it landscaping or grass, or hardscape, which is a gravel that the airport uses, decorative gravel they use around the airport. It's just gravel is used right now behind the red lot and blue lot areas. Next slide, please. We're looking at some sections and elevations of the particular canopies. The top drawing is elevation of the canopies as you're approaching them from the front. The middle drawing is just again a typical elevation along the shuttle bays themselves, and you can see the sections, individual sections of the canopies at the shuttles. Next slide, please. This is more detailed construction of the canopies themselves. It's going to be steel tube construction with a polycarbonate glazing above. So you're going to get some natural light that's going to filter through the polycarbonate glazing. And then all the steel is going to be protected from vehicular traffic with concrete piers. And then at each shuttle bay, you're going to have a waiting area that has a covered shelter, additional covered canopy or shelter with a bench. And you can see that in section profile on the bottom left-hand corner. Next slide, please. This shows the how the Ground Transportation Center engages the terminal itself. Right now, the drawing on the left, there's going to be a new vestibule. This will replace an existing elevator. That elevator takes you from baggage claim up to the ticketing level. That particular elevator will just be relocated further to the top of the drawing. But then again, as I mentioned, this place, there'll be a new vestibule that'll take you out from the baggage claim level directly underneath the canopies that bring you out to the rest of the Ground Transportation Center. The materials of the vestibule are going to match the storefront systems that were installed for the main terminal renovation that was provided for the convention in 2016. Next slide, please. And these are the materials we are using for the canopies themselves: the polycarbonate roofing, linear LED lighting, signage, steel tubes, painted gray, and then softscape and hardscape. Next slide, please. These next couple slides are several renderings that we have of the canopies, both daytime and nighttime. The characteristics of the polycarbonate glazing, the roof allows it to illuminate when you provide light on it in the evening. So that the character of this facility changes from day to night. This is the view that people will have as they exit the main terminal, the baggage claim of the main terminal, entering the Ground Transportation Center. There'll be signage that directs you out towards the Ground Transportation Center. You can see the shuttle bays off in the distance. Next slide, please. This is a view of the Ground Transportation Center as the shuttles enter it from Primary Road. You can see the airport off in the distance, but that kind of shows you the canopies, their construction, as well as the shelters, the bus shelters underneath. And again, how these will be illuminated at night. There's going to be a string of linear LED lights that will uplight the canopies, as well as some other downlighting as needed. Next slide, please. These are the last two slides. Again, this is the kind of the intersection of the Ground Transportation Center. So you leave the Ground Transportation Center from the main terminal, and this is where you're presented with a sign that takes you. You can hit several shuttles straight ahead, or you can turn left and hit the other shuttle bays off to the left. That is the end of our slides. Any questions?
Yeah, this is Councilman Slife. So this is where I'm going to get the shuttle over to get my rental car, right?
Correct.
So I got out of the stint of business traveling just in the nick of time, but there's a big surge of flights coming around midnight. So it's midnight and it's February and it's snowing and I just missed the bus to get over to the rental car center. Where can I stand that I'm not going to freeze my butt off?
Good question. I failed to mention, you're seeing on this image right here, where the lights are located, there's a linear kind of beam. That beam is going to carry lighting as well as heating elements. So we're going to have an infrared heater in front of each one of those canopies. That heating element was identified on one of the material pages earlier. So each one of those shuttle bays, or each one of those waiting areas, is going to have its own infrared heater.
Is there any ability to put down like windbreaks as well, kind of temporary seasonal windbreaks, so that there's not wind rushing, kind of through the facility?
That's a good question.
I mean, the canopies or the shelters themselves have a large panel in the back to break the wind from the back, and we don't want to have, I guess, are you suggesting side canopies or sidewalls on these kind of shelters?
Yeah.
Okay. Right now, there's no plan for that. I think we can do some sort of sidewall if you want. My only caution against that is going too far, because you don't want to disrupt traffic moving beyond these canopies. But yes, we can put sidewalls in here.
That would be my big concern. While I have this venue, I'll tell you, I stood out in the cold enough times waiting for an Uber at midnight that I learned that it's much easier just to take the airport taxi because they're already there for you. But that's obviously not what this is. But yeah, I just, it's important to me, from having traveled so much. You get to an airport and that's kind of your first impression of the city. So I'd hate for someone, their first impression of Cleveland is being stranded out in the dark and the cold, getting snowed on. So.
And maybe they can be temporary too. So in the summertime when it's like this, the breeze blowing through is not a bad thing, because obviously it's not conditioned space. So maybe they're temporary, and then in the wintertime they go up for the cold breezes.
Yeah.
Anthony, did you want to report?
Mr. Fluker had his hand raised.
Yes, I was wondering if Anthony Santora can make a report.
Yeah, so thank you. This is Anthony Santora, Administrator for Downtown Flats Design Review. So this project did go before the Design Review Committee and was recommended approval with a few conditions. Those conditions were for them to look at the wrapping of some type of vinyl graphic that's Cleveland centric around the backside of some of that the paneling for the shelters, and also looking at the drainage scuppers and downspouts at the column bases and how that's going to integrate with the column footings and the circular column bases, if they needed offsets, what they could do, and also look at some type of differential paving and wayfinding signage for it. But the committee wasn't in full support of it and did recommend approval for it.
I like the graphics.
Hey, real quick question. With respect to the lighting that provides the heat, will it be similar to what you would find if you're leaving out the Marriott Hotel downtown in the wintertime and you're standing there waiting for your car to come up? They have above this, I don't know what type of lighting it is, but it emits a great deal of heat and it works really well. So could you give us an idea of the type of heat that this would emit to keep one warm? Because I definitely feel what Commissioner Schleif is saying. Even if you're not sitting there waiting for something and you're going from just down that corridor and it's really cold in those winter months, it can be daunting.
Yes, I'm not familiar with those Marriott infrared heaters, but I can imagine. I mean, I've seen these in similar hotels, so I'll think that it's very similar. They heat up the elements that are right in front of it. So we did the calculations to make sure that where they're mounted, that they will heat the space where the people are sitting or standing in front of those shelters. But it's going to heat up all the elements that are on the person, the coat, their hat, their shoes, the bench they're sitting on. But again, it's not blowing heat. It's kind of radiating heat from the elements that are right in front of it. So that's how it.
Freddie, they're the same as like at the Ritz and everything. They're all the same. Okay. They're all radiation type heaters.
Now they feel great. I mean, they feel like you're in an oven if you're right beneath it. Like
they heat objects, they don't heat the air.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
With that being said, I'm inclined to move approval, incorporating the recommendations by design review, but then also, studying different ways that temporary windbreak could be put in seasonally to kind of contribute to the warmth of the facility.
I'll second that. I think that study of breaking, the heat and making sure you're not standing in the wind is really important.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Call the roll, please.
Bowen,
Yes.
Downey,
Yes.
Luker,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Schleif.
Yes.
Approved.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Waterford Bluffs new residential construction. This is on Lorraine and West 20th Street.
Looks like we have Michael Kristoff from Vocon.
Okay, Michael, can you raise your right hand? Or is it Denver that's here?
Yes, actually we have,
I think it's Denver that's here.
yes, we have Denver Brooker and Jason Burek from Vocon and Josh Woolreich from Stoneley, the developer.
Okay, great. Thank you. Raise your right hands, please. Solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer under the penalty of perjury.
I do.
Great.
I do.
We got some ideas there. Okay, go ahead, Denver.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Denver Brooker, principal with Vocon. We're the architect representing the development team, Stoneley Partners. My colleague, Jason Burek, will be presenting the project in detail. Today's meeting, we have met with a community group brought together by Tremont West Development Corporation twice in May, and more recently this week on July 15th. We've been before the Design Review Committee for conceptual approval in June, and then recently yesterday for approval. Along the way, this project is developed. We've taken into account the community's comments, the Design Review Committee's comments, and we and the development team are very excited about what we're showing you today. We feel that the public engagement process has worked and the project is better for it. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jason.
We can't hear you.
Jason?
Nope, still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Okay. This is the project site. It's located at the corner of Lorraine Avenue and West 20th Street. Immediately to the west of the site and downhill is Columbus Road. And to the north of the site and also downhill is Carter Road. On either side of the site, as you move to the east, you immediately start to rise up over the Lorraine Carnegie Bridge. And then whenever you leave the site and you're headed to the west down towards the market, you also cross over another bridge over Columbus Avenue. Immediately to the south of the project is an industrial facility and adjacent parking lot. And to the southeast is part of the Duck Island neighborhood comprised of mostly single family and duplexes. Next slide. One of the things that we kind of discovered about this site was really this site is somewhat of an island in that it's really one of the only, or will be one of the only residential projects that front directly on Lorraine within this section of the Lorraine Avenue corridor. And the existing Grove Court apartments, as you see to the right of the site, kind of sets back from Lorraine Avenue. The houses that are kind of catty corner from the site are kind of set back again from the roadway just a bit. And so there's no real properties that directly front on Lorraine Avenue immediately adjacent. And that has somewhat influenced our design approach to the frontage of the building and how close should the building be to the street, or how set back should the building be to the street. One of the things that a great asset forthcoming in the future will be the Lorraine Avenue cycle track that will extend directly in front of the project. And so the roadway will be narrowed a bit in the future, and there will be bike lanes, protected bike lanes directly in front of this project. So residents of the building will be able to jump on the cycle track, head east to downtown, or go through the Duck Island neighborhood and get on Columbus Road and go down and get on part of the towpath that's down in the flats. Next slide. Next slide. This is a program summary for the building. The building will have 241 units. It will have 269 roughly parking spaces, all of them covered. Some of those parking spaces, the 269, are visitor parking spaces, and those are also covered within the building. Next slide. This is the lower level of the building. We're not going to focus on this, but there is a lower level parking garage that is essentially all below grade. Next slide. And here's the ground level site plan. On the left, you see how the building relates to Lorraine Avenue. There's a 20-foot setback from the property line. You'll notice there's a red triangle on the upper left-hand corner of this drawing, and that is an existing billboard visibility easement that we have to maintain. There's a billboard kind of nestled in those trees over there. And so that was one of the guiding factors in terms of the building's relationship to Lorraine Avenue. So we have a 20-foot setback, and then the sidewalk continues across from the bridge and further continues west along Lorraine to get to the market. And then we're going to be creating a landscape zone between the sidewalk and the future cycle track. Everything in yellow in this drawing is kind of public space that has frontage along Lorraine. The east end of the building, which is down on this page, is the lobby, and that is entered off the corner of 20th and Lorraine. There's an interior gallery space that connects to a bike room at the far west end of the site. As I mentioned before, with the future cycle track, we think this is an amazing amenity to the building. We expect a lot of people who live in this building to be bike cycle focused. And the public space or the pedestrian realm along Lorraine Avenue kind of inflects at both ends of the building and bellows out, creates opportunity for some seating and bike maintenance. Everything in tan is enclosed parking, kind of tucked back behind all of those public uses, and the covered visitor parking is accessible off of West 20th Street, kind of midpoint. You see a light gray arrow there. There is a little drop-off drive where your Uber can come or your food delivery can come and pick you up or drop something off kind of close to the lobby. And then there's some service spaces further north along West 20th Street, electrical, trash, move in. And then ultimately you access the below grade parking via a parking drive that slopes down along the adjacent property line. Everything to the north, which is right on this page, and to the west, the top, is going to be open green space, essentially planted as a meadow, kind of envisioned as a passive space. The dashed red line that says topographical setback represents kind of the top of slope. And this site, the slope stability is a important, highly important feature in this area. Everything on the other side of that dashed red line will basically remain as it exists today, untouched, trees not cut down. There will be a dog park on the west side of the building, kind of nestled in that little inside corner, and that is to be will be provided for use by residents of the building. There's an existing one-story building across West 20th on the east side of the building. It's a small machine shop. That building is obviously not a part of our property. That's going to remain in place. Next slide. The building is 5 stories. There are 4 floors of residential over the ground floor. And at the second level, there is an amenity terrace that will contain a community room in the purple, kind of the larger purple trapezoid. There's a pool up on that terrace. And then at the far north end of that, there is a fitness room and a yoga room. The project contains a mix of 1-bedrooms, studio apartments, and a small number of 2-bedroom apartments. So that's kind of what you see in all those little blue and greenish boxes. Next slide. And then as you move up to the building, there are 3 more floors of residential, floors 3, 4, and 5, that are essentially all the same. Next slide. At the 5th floor of the building, at the north east corner, which is kind of the bottom right of this page, there's a light purple area that is another community space that has a small outdoor terrace that has views back towards the city. Next slide. This is a landscape plan created by Daru Landscape Architecture. We're developing the landscape further as we speak, but the Lorraine Avenue frontage will contain kind of a mix of evergreen bushes and some perennial grasses and shrubs, and then some larger street trees. One of the issues that we've been grappling with this site is how do we create, how can we plant large enough street trees that'll really be meaningful in this location? Everything outboard of the property line in the right-of-way is basically packed full with utilities, gas, electric, water, telephone. And so there's no physical way to plant those trees out in the tree lawn. So we've held them back in that 20-foot kind of landscape zone between the property line and the building. You can see how the white area, the sidewalk, kind of inflects and comes up and meets the building and creates some landscape islands that kind of abut the sidewalk. And then again, towards the west side, which is the top of the page, mostly meadow plantings, some trees around the dog park, and some limited number of trees around the north and the west side of the site. There are a couple small retaining walls in this plan, one at the kind of corner of the building, which is the upper right-hand corner, a small one. And then that other line that kind of wraps around the western property line, top of the page, is still under study, but we think that we're going to be able to eliminate a lot of that retaining wall as part of the kind of geotech issues on the site. Next slide. Next. This building is 59 feet tall, roughly. Again, 4 stories of residential over a ground floor that contains lobby, other public spaces, bike room, and then 2 levels of parking, one being fully below grade, and then the amenity terrace on the west side, which has some nice views back to the West 25th Street corridor. Next slide. This is a view as you kind of land right at the bottom of the bridge, Lorraine Carnegie Bridge. You can see the Tower Market directly ahead of you. The building sits over on the right. It is a combination of profiled metal siding, flat metal panel, wood, a wood look aluminum siding, and then a generous amount of curtain wall that really creates an interior-exterior connection right here at this lobby entrance at the corner. Next slide. This is the Lorraine Avenue elevation. One of the things that we've been working collaboratively with the Block Club back and forth is the relationship of the building to the property line and the amount of glazing on the ground floor and what those uses are. And so, you know, starting at the right-hand side, you have the lobby, and then you have some meeting rooms and mail spaces at the ground floor, and then that interior gallery space where we that will create an opportunity for kind of a larger scale art piece inside the building. And then at the far left-hand side of this drawing, you get a glimpse of the bike room. The elevation is broken into kind of 3 major pieces. And we've used kind of recessed balconies as the device to create those formal and massing separations. All the windows in the building will be black. There's also some additional hung balconies on this side of the building And again, we think having as many balconies on Lorraine is a critical piece to creating kind of a eyes on the street and an active pedestrian realm. Next slide. This is a drawing that kind of also shows how much glazing there is at the ground floor. Bike room on the left, gallery space, meeting rooms, mail space, two-story lobby at the corner. And, you know, one of the prime features of this building is how the upper floors above the lobby are cantilevered out and supported on that single column. So it's really kind of a dynamic, rather aggressive structural move that we think will create an iconic corner and a significant presence as you arrive. This building being, you know, kind of the gateway to the Market District. Next slide. In another view at night, as you're driving along the cycle track, the opportunity that art piece in the gallery really creates to create a big visual impact. We want to engage somebody locally to create something. There were some suggestions by the Block Club that it could be a smaller, basically a curated gallery, maybe high school students. I think that's a possibility. The original intent was to create something larger scale and kind of telegraph through the building and was something more permanent, but I think we're open to, and the owner is open to studying that and creating as many opportunities as possible. Next slide. Pedestrian realm, whenever you come across this, the bridge, and now you've kind of entered into this zone of the property, you can see how the sidewalk kind of splays out and creates some open areas around the lobby, island in the middle of that with some lower level plantings. We've separated the sidewalk from the cycle track with a kind of a lower scale planted zone. Cycle track itself will also be separated from the adjacent drive lanes with some landscaping. So there's really going to be multiple layers of landscaping between this building and ultimately vehicular traffic. The trees that have been selected for this project are fruitless sweet gum, and they grow to a mature height of around 45 feet. And so they are not kind of a little spindly street tree. They're going to be a significant tree that again creates another layer between the street and the building, but also creates a sizable tree canopy that will kind of create a softer, more inviting pedestrian realm. Next slide. This is a drawing from Daru that shows the combination of proposed plant types along that pedestrian realm. Again, on the left-hand side, you see a planted zone in the amenity strip. It's about 30 inches high. It's a deciduous bush. It's a salt-tolerant bush, primarily used, applicable for this type of location right along a major roadway. And then on the right-hand side, a combination of some grasses, some evergreen stuff that's kind of lower, and perennials. So it's really more of a naturalistic approach to the landscape, but we want to use those grasses primarily as kind of a graphic element. They line up with these piers. They will have some repetition. And then as you move along the sidewalk, there's a few opportunities for some permanent stone benches, right, and that connect to the sidewalk. Give people a place to rest for a moment as they're moving back and forth between the market and the stadium during the sports season. Next slide. At the western end of the building, this is the first side of the building that you come to as you're going east from the Market District. Again, the bike room is located in this location, large, sizable bike room, out place to set your bike, do some maintenance outside, some opportunities for seating, and then the planted island in the middle. There'll be some kind of signage at this end of the building. And next slide. And this is a view further back, looking east towards the bridge. And the west side of the building, there's some balconies that face due west. We'll have amazing views to the tower at the market. All of the recessed balconies in this corner have been treated architecturally with a roof canopy over them. And then you see that kind of a grayish kind of transparent thing that connects all the roof and the balconies, that we're proposing some metal mesh that is will be integral to the balcony construction and create kind of a larger vertical mass here at the corner. We do have a small service drive that'll be located at this side of the building, and it is its primary purpose is to service an electrical transformer, kind of that grayish box that you see in the bottom left-hand side of this rendering. Again, the primary purpose of that is to only service that. So there will only be a vehicle from the electric company on that in the event that that transformer needs lifted off of its pad. The electrical company uses these trucks with a boom to lift the transformer up and off of its pad, so it's not possible to reach it from all the way out in the street. And so we've tried to minimize the curb cut as much as possible. After discussions with the Block Club and design review, we are hoping to create that small drive out of a geogrid, which is a type of a grass paving system. There will be bollards right at the sidewalk that'll not allow cars to move onto it. And then in the future, whenever the cycle track is built and there's a landscape zone, there will need to be some control device in that landscape separator to also keep vehicles from entering into the bike zone. But that's outside the scope of this project. Next slide. And just a view from the north side of the building. And we're looking at this kind of larger plateau, but really in real life, I'm basically probably standing on the side of the hill at this point. And one of the interesting things about this site is because how sharply it drops off to the north and to the west along Columbus and Carter, this side of the building has very limited visibility from other adjacent streets. So it's been treated a little bit more minimally, but has a lot of balconies, as this is really the prime side in terms of views back to the city and out to the lake and to the river valley. The upper left-hand side of this rendering, you see a little recess into the building. That's that outdoor terrace on the 5th floor lounge. And then the bottom right, that wood volume contains yoga and fitness space. Next slide. And this is a view from the west side of the building. This is basically parallel to Columbus Road, but uphill from it. The lighter green area that you see in the foreground is a dog park. It'll be fenced with a 4-foot-high fence enclosure and some trees around it and some essentially mostly meadow planting. Again, this whole side of the building is mostly profiled metal siding, combination of profiled metal siding, flat, darker metal panel, and then the white stuff, those little white stripes you see up the building are also another type of metal panel, flat metal panel. The lower portion of the garage will be all darker profiled metal panel. And then the brick that you saw along the Lorraine also wraps all the way into this inside elevation. Next slide. And this was just a request from design review a few weeks back to create a 2-dimensional elevation to get a sense of the scale. So I think we've already talked about all these issues on this elevation. That is the extent of our presentation. If you want to go back some slides and maybe to the site plan, we can answer any questions you may have.
Commission members?
I move approval. Downing.
I second. Paul?
Motion second. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, we have Matthew Moss and we have Director Collier wishing to make comments.
Okay, Charles, were you going to speak?
Yeah, but I can go after them. I was interrupting Maurice.
Okay.
Sorry.
Director?
Sure. A couple of things. One, I had set with the architect, Denver Booker, and the folks from Volcon. A couple of things I want to highlight. This site is a long time coming. I was very pleased with the fact that this was more of a mid-rise structure rather than a tower that was originally proposed for this particular site. Couple things I want to point out with respect to the bicycle track that I think Matt may also allude to. One of the things that I was pleased about was how they utilized 20th Street. not necessarily introducing a new curb cut in order to have that drop-off location. So they leveraged the existing street there, which was very smart. The other thing that I do want to emphasize is, typically we would like to see buildings, literally zero lot setback here, but the way they situated this building with respect to having a setback and heavily vegetating that setback, I think works really well for the pedestrian experience. And then we also talked a little bit about the connection down to the assets that are in the Cuyahoga River Valley. And they had agreed to kind of explore, prospects to connect either through Columbus Road or some type of trail connection. You have the Red Line Greenway just north of here. You have the new trail connection in the Cuyahoga River Valley that the Cleveland Foundation did a few years back. So this site is, although it sits on its own sort of plateau, it's in close proximity to so much. So where we can make those pedestrian connections to the things that are adjacent to this site, we definitely want to take advantage of that. We thought the building was done really well with respect to the aesthetic appearance of it. And just want to say that, we are generally in support of this project and, definitely recommend schematic approval for this. Thanks.
Thank you.
So we still had Matt Moss, Councilman Slife, and Khalid.
Okay, Matt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commission members. I did have a conversation with our traffic engineers after the design review meeting yesterday morning about the curb cut on Lorraine and its relation to the cycle track. They think given the way the applicants have described how it'll be used and what it's for, that it shouldn't pose a huge liability to the safety and the future of that track. That's intended to be a grade separated bike facility. However, they did recommend that a gate be used instead of bollards to provide a more robust signal that this isn't a space for drivers to access, given that it's intended to be limited access for utility use only. So I would just recommend that a gate be used and requested instead of just bollards for that facility.
Thank you, Matt. Khalid?
You're muted.
Yeah, so just want to say this has been, they've been very generous with their time with the community. We appreciate that, and it's been reflected in a lot of the changes that they've made here. I will say that there are still a couple of things that we would like to push a little bit more on, especially along. We love the idea of the gallery, but I still think it could be a more active space if it was more than 6 feet. And that's something we'll continue to talk to the developer about. I'm not sure how the planning commission feels about that, but I'm not afraid to reduce or minimize parking behind there in this project, because it's parked at a good level. The community, for the most part, was satisfied with the level of parking, which is in some instances and in other projects has been an issue, right? We want to say this is a transit-oriented site. Like I say, any reduction in parking, we would be for. But and then the way that the landscaping and things of that nature are starting to come together, people really appreciate. But we hope that we'll continue to work with them, and they're definitely looking for to make sure those connections that are there are a lot of resources in this area, but make sure those connections are made is important to the community. Thanks.
Thank you, Charles.
Yeah, just my two thoughts are, I'm supportive of this, as it's been, schematically. There's two challenges to this site. One is that it's this little island, as has been referenced, but I think the second one is that it's really a focal point as you're coming across the bridge, and it serves as this gateway, whether it wants to be or not. And so I guess as this moves forward, it would be helpful for at least me, if it's possible, to understand renderings of how you see this building as you're coming over the bridge and approaching Ohio City. If it's possible to understand what the re-envisioned streetscape of Lorraine looks like, because my fear right now is that it just looks like this building out in the wilderness. And I think that to a certain degree that is a little unavoidable because just of how all the topography is laid out. But I think it plays to what the street's going to look like, what the cycle track's going to look like. And it would just be helpful if staff or whomever could help give a little more information on how that'll unfold, so that to me, it just provides a little more context for the placement of the building and the long-term vision.
You know, Charles, to your point, what it reminded me of when I saw it initially, and even the placement of it at the bridge's edge, it reminded me of Pete Snavely building on 25th in Detroit. When you're coming over the Detroit Superior Bridge and you kind of run right into it almost, because you have like the lobby there at the corner and you have the glazing on the floor. They're probably similar heights too. I believe this is 5, 6 stories, Denver? How many stories is it? You're on mute, Denver.
Muted, sir.
It's 5 stories.
Yeah. So, I think that's type of that similar mid-rise scale that Pete Snavely's building is over on 25th in Detroit. So it's that type of impact when you come over that bridge and you start to see the density of the neighborhood come back into play. Like the bridge, you come from downtown, it narrows out on the bridge, and then you start to feel density again. I think that's what it's going to start to feel like, particularly when the other building that's under construction now goes in, and you'll start to see sort of that urban fabric hit you at the moment you reach that bridge terminus in going to Lorraine Avenue from that Carnegie Bridge. But I would like to see that too, that perspective.
Yeah, the streetscape will, I think, need to make up for the fact that there's not other opportunities for density in buildings. If we want to create the feel of density where there's only limited developable land, and I guess that's it's beyond, arguably beyond the purview of this project, but I think they play off each other. So
yeah,
I'm done. Other questions? Can I get a motion?
There is a motion and a second.
A second.
A second. Okay, then I'll call the question. Call the roll, please.
Bowen.
Yes.
Downey.
Yes.
Fluker. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, he's gone. Paul.
Yes.
Slife.
Yes.
Okay, motion is approved.
Thank you very much.
See you next time.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay. Special presentation, Westtown Neighborhood Plan.
Yes, we have Julian Curtis.
Are you here?
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as you shall answer under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Great. Go ahead.
All right. We'll jump right in because since I'm here, I want to announce I'm also here with Rose Zatello and Chad Dasher from the Westtown CDC, as well as my colleague, Krista Pisarczyk. Again, we, City Architecture, were selected to support the CDC in developing a plan for the West Boulevard, Detroit Avenue intersection. And this is an area that has been planned for already and really built on an existing effort or previously completed effort in around 2017. NOACA performed a TOD study around this area and really highlighted a number of initiatives and next steps that could be taken and how we advance. And really this initiative is about how we advance those things. It's not really trying to recreate anything or replan this area, but really advance the great work that's already been done in this area and a blueprint been laid for. So this ultimately one of our final steps is adopting this, and then ultimately making the case for getting funding to make these things happen. So with that, can you advance the slide, please? Our process was not dissimilar to many other planning approaches or planning processes. Began with studying the area demographically. Began reviewing that report. Focus was on vacancy within the study area, as well as making sure we're relying and being applicable with the form-based zoning code that is emerging across the city, and ultimately making recommendations, which we will focus on today. Will primarily be our recommendations. Please advance the slide. Just a quick snapshot of the study area of where this effort focused. Not a large area, but an area full of resource, an area full of opportunity that can be leveraged, and hopefully ultimately dollars supported to make change, to make positive change happen here. Next slide, please. Again, ultimately, here's a quick look at the final planning document, which we can share in physical form if requested. We chose to go about a little bit differently and go away from the traditional kind of booklet and sort of throw back to a poster plan, if you will, with the efforts of this seeking to demonstrate the level of connection that comes together here, as well as evoking a bit of a roadmap for the CDC, if you will, in moving this toward implementation out of the planning stages. Next slide, please. This is just showing you again how the plan reads, and again we can provide this in greater detail if requested. Next slide, please. One more, please. Thank you. Again, the remainder of our discussion will focus on recommendations around these four pieces. These existing additions revealed this place is highly diverse, like I mentioned, and again, centers around great resources like the transit center, the school district, Marion Seltzer, with plans for improvement, the Tamir Rice Memorial that has now increased attention and investment set to occur, as well as Amazon moving into the neighborhood on the southwest corner of the study area. There's a lot converging on this area. So how do we start to chart a path forward that's able to connect with these things and advance them in an equitable way? So again, we focus on the major corridor, Detroit Avenue, building off that existing investment that I've described. Ultimately, intentional marketing of opportunities in the community, connecting the resources, as well as staying in alignment with the citywide push for form-based zoning. Next slide, please. So again, we started with Detroit Avenue being the focus, the elephant in the room, if you will. Based on our conversation, this is where investment should start. It's expansive. Safety is a challenge. It's a number of lanes, over 5 lanes across. There's lots of crossing that happens here coming from the transit center, traveling south, both by students and pedestrians of the neighborhood. This will likely increase with the addition of an Amazon facility along Madison on the southwest corner, kind of the bottom left-hand side of the page to orient you there. If you could advance the slide, please. And we feel like we can do this and while staying in alignment with an historical approach that the city of Cleveland has taken to complete and green streets. But next slide, please. We need to work out the details of this. There are bike lanes existing in the roadway. They're not protected at the moment. And we feel like a road of this size with the level of density of traffic moving along the road, that there's a shrinking that can occur, a buffering that can occur, an improved experience ultimately can occur here by taking an intentional approach to modifications in the roadway, from adding green to protected bike lanes to simple stripe crossing and some just flat out reorienting of that experience along the roadway. Hopefully we have an image of it here, but one of the proposed elements of the initial TOD plan done in 2017 or completed in 2017 by NOACA proposed the truncation of West 101st Street. There's a number of intersections, or excessive intersections between Detroit and Berea as you move west along Detroit, that eliminating that access point there while maintaining the access point from West Boulevard on the south improves the pedestrian experience, allows the space to be more easily navigable by multiple modes, and really just improves the safety within that environment as an example. Next slide, please. I mentioned that investment's already occurring in the neighborhood that can be leveraged, and one of those things is the Green Infrastructure Grant that Westtown has collaborated with restaurant owners at the Palazzo on the corner of West Boulevard and Detroit Avenue Environmental Design Group. These plans have been approved by design review or are in motion, being continuously advanced. And we believe this grant not only has the opportunity to kind of set the stage for the theme of the vegetation, or just really improve, starting the entry point to kind of improving the green space, the experience as you move through this area, and really set the standard with this project. But there's just this grant also has the opportunity, this funding mechanism can be leveraged and used in other places within the study area as well. Again, like as I mentioned, along the West 101, which is just beyond on the opposite side of the image on the bottom right of the restaurant, pulling through that vegetation and that tree lawn along that roadway, incorporating into the transit station across the street on the north side of Detroit, as well as incorporating potentially some of this approach to funding, or this funding mechanism as gateway pieces on the southern end of our study area, where West Boulevard meets 101st Street, as gateway signage. So this is again something that's happening now, but also something that can continue to happen using this mechanism in the future to help improve this area. And again, early short-term wins that advance kind of the overall vision here for the neighborhood. Next slide, please. We've also highlighted the availability or perceived availability of vacant property, storefronts, and dilapidated storefronts within the study area, and the opportunity exists. Again, mentioning Amazon coming in to the neighborhood on Madison Avenue along the large site where the Madison Brewery Road intersection, bottom left of your screen. What does that mean when Amazon jumps into the pool? Kind of who gets wet in the area? How do we control that in a way that it doesn't become overly suburbanized or overly focused on the vehicle or any one mode of transit, but remains equitable when their presence is here and will ultimately be felt. And there's opportunity through some of this vacant, underutilized land to leverage investments like that and really steer the neighborhood in the direction that is equitable and desired by the community and leadership. Next slide, please. And one of the last elements that we haven't touched on is, again, here's a view of current zoning in the study area. As you can see, collective uses and classifications all kind of converge here. Next slide, please. And it also sits on the edge of form-based, one of the pilot areas for form-based zoning code. And we believe that the precedent set here, what's outlined here, is very much applicable within the study area. You can see we've dotted with the black dotted line on the left-hand side of the screen, kind of the north to eastern edge of our study area. That's primarily residential, where we believe it absolutely can be pulled through where it touches, but it goes even beyond that. And you can see there's a node that's kind of halfway on the page of that West Boulevard, Detroit Avenue intersection, right? So there's already elements that we believe, next slide, of the zoning code that are applicable here, that can be maintained here, that can be furthered without necessarily being, or formalized just yet. But there are elements that we can start to encourage, to design to as we move forward toward identifying funding and hopefully implementing some select projects that align with the desired code of the city. Next slide, please. And lastly, again, we believe that the combination of the work that's been done, the planning work that's been done, and a little bit of the streamlining of that we've provided here with this planning process, that there are funding sources that we feel we can make a case for. I want to point out that this process has had strong support from stakeholders, ranging from NOACA, Cadell Improvement, Detroit Shoreway, City of Cleveland, both Jamie DeRosa, Adam Davenport, the school district, and Patty Chobe that have all come to the table and all are behind this effort and see the energy that's happening, that's able to be captured and advanced. But I think it's a unique time. It's a unique opportunity for an area like this to further its vision. And here are some of the funding sources we've explored, ranging from local dollars, like the Sewer District's Green Infrastructure Grant, all the way up to build grants, with the federal grants, to the level of kind of major housing and urban development type dollars that really can be transformational to major portions or major parts or swaths of the city. We believe it can fit within each of these buckets in one way or another. And off to the right are the numbered initiatives, the four I walked through, our 4 recommendations, where we believe they apply. And you can make the case, in my opinion, for that all 4 kind of apply across all of these. And we've had some really conversation with NOACA regarding TLCI implementation dollars and whether or not that's a fit or not, or versus planning dollars. And I feel like that's a solid place to start while building off of the Green Infrastructure Grant, while we lay the groundwork for some of this more state level federal dollars to advance this work. That completes my presentation. I want to offer the opportunity to Rose, Chad, or Krista to chime in if they feel I've missed anything or have any other further comments they want to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Commission. And Julian, I think you did a great job of pulling all the pieces and parts together. So if there are any questions or I can add any context, I'll be happy to do so.
Okay, is there anyone with their hand up?
Yes, we have Adam Davenport.
Adam, go ahead.
Thanks, Commission. I'm happy that Westtown's doing this for city architecture. This is a much needed, focus area of the neighborhood. It's on a couple ward boundaries as well, so they've had some good coordination with Detroit Shoreway and Cadell Improvement Inc. It's a ripe time for Westtown to revisit, kind of looking at the connectivity issues around there. The school district and MOCAP will probably be doing some capital improvement projects to the park and Marion Seltzer right by. So in tandem with this plan, looking forward to kind of like the roadmap that city architecture put forward. Thanks.
Hey, thank you.
We have Director Collier and I believe Councilman Slife with their hands raised.
Okay, Director.
Okay, real quick. I know we're on the last item on the agenda, but I think this is really relevant, particularly in this geography. There was reference made to Amazon's locating in this particular geography. One, that being said, that serves as a huge catalyst for a couple of reasons. One, with an organization like that coming in, there's bodies. And how the neighborhood surrounding that facility is going to leverage those individuals is very important. So particularly around the retail aspect of it. If people are not living there but working there, you want to capture their income and capture those dollars. So looking at the retail establishments, particularly those small mom and pops, those restaurants and other things that really need to leverage that type of influx of income coming into and out of the neighborhood. So that's critical. The other component is you have a lot of really good unique housing fabric. I really emphasize the word unique with some of the properties there. A lot of those units there could be rehabilitated and upgraded. And also the opportunity to introduce new housing with respect to the transit-oriented development that has already been envisioned. And I know that one building that came down was a point of concern early on. The fact of the matter is, though, in order to really make that feel like a transit-oriented development and make this area start to feel really walkable in that zone, we got to deal with the amount of concrete that West Boulevard creates, because that's a sea of asphalt. Even when you're driving it. So I think that streetscape needs to be dealt with as well. And then, of course, the real opportunity with the recreational facility in the schools, I think, are going to be key as well. So you got a lot to work with here, and there's a lot of potential. But connecting the dots is really what's important, in trying to make sure that this opportunity that you have, which is extremely unique, where you have an organization coming in that's hopefully going to create some jobs and really start to open this area up for some other spinoff potential is really key here. So I think the plan is timely. So I just wanted to add that commentary. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councilman?
Just very quickly, this is great. And as you're kind of seeking funding, I can tell you half of West Park takes the shoreway out of downtown and then goes up Berea Road. So anytime, during evening rush hour, the people trying to cross Detroit as traffic's trying to get from West Boulevard onto other West Boulevard or onto Berea can be pretty daunting. So I just hope that kind of the peak traffic times are taken into account, because it surges for about an hour during the day and it can be pretty dangerous for people. You all know that, but I just want to make sure that whoever analyzes it past this appreciates that as well and isn't doing like a Saturday afternoon. So that's it.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else? Commission members?
I'll move approval.
Thank you.
I'll second. Paul?
Okay, we have a motion and second. Further discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
You're muted, Trey.
Okay. Bowen.
Yes.
Downing.
Yes.
Hall.
Yes.
Slife.
Yes.
A motion is approved.
Great. Good luck.
Thank you.
Director, report.
Yes, really quick. I do want to highlight a point for the commission to prepare themselves for. We are having some conversation internally and with Mr. Coyne with respect to the dollar store issue that was raised at one of our previous meetings. We will be meeting with our law department attorneys with respect to the moratorium and concerns around the timing of the decision that was made with the Planning Commission and the timing of the actual moratorium becoming law. So Charles, that's one thing that we're gonna, as a Planning Commission, have to be on the lookout for, depending on how our law department takes a position. We may need to hear that actual case. So I'll keep you guys abreast on how that unfolds with respect to the conversations between our law department and their representatives. One thing I do want to emphasize with respect to our approach with them is really trying to get them in particular to rethink the product offerings that they put into neighborhoods. They offer some really interesting models that are not exclusive dollar stores. So we've been having some internal dialogue about that, and I want to keep you guys abreast as this unfolds. As you all know, we're working on some legislation that's going to be going through the process. But the moratorium, was the issue with respect to this particular case. So I'll let you guys know at the next meeting how that conversation unfolded.
Okay, great. Okay, is that it, Freddie?
That's it.
Okay, we're done. Have a great weekend.
You
Have a
too.
great weekend, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.